проверим технику. Уже идет звук микрофон, да? Все хорошо?
Good morning, let's run a sound check. Does this mic work? My name is Vlad Strukov. It's my pleasure to welcome you at the second day of our international conference dedicated to the Research Center, Concept and Ideas. For those who missed yesterday, the format is as follows. It's a two-day conference. The curators split it in four areas: who researches, how they research, where they research, how these segments are selected. So the opening panel is dedicated to where research takes place in a museum. So consequently, we expect all speakers to focus on other aspects of research and study. This is a pretty complex structure for the first panel session. It will start with a discussion with Ms. Zemtseva and Karen Sarkisov. We will also have a Q&A at the end. Afterwards, Katya and Karen will leave, and we'll have two more speakers present offline in the room. We will switch to English. For those of you who require interpretation, please remember to pick up your personal receiver at the entrance. The discussion will also be in English, then we'll have a break, yet another panel, and the day concludes with the presentation of the Metabolic Museum book by Clementine Delis. What time is it? Is it at 6:30? It's at 7. At 7, same room. The book is commercially available. You can get it signed, autographed by the author. So we have a very long schedule. Quite interesting. So it's my great honor and privilege to have here Ekaterina Zemtseva, the main curator of the Garage MCA, and Karen Sarkisov, the editor-in-chief of the VC Foundation. It was a challenge to find a proper slot in their busy schedule. Their institutions combine various spheres, so here we are all together, convened in this room. I would like to ask them to share their ideas as to how their career was built in the field of research, and even come up with some piece of advice as to ways the art industry will develop and which place will be reserved for research. And if you don't mind, please try to conceptualize the way we understand research as such. We can use the English word research for short. Of course, there is a difference between these terms, between these words, but it is visible. To start off, I would like to ask Katya Zemtseva and Karen Sarkisov to tell us more about themselves, and specifically, which part of your life does research take up in your past and present-day life? Karen, please be the first one. First and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers and the curators of the conference for this invitation given to me. It's a great pleasure to be here physically in this room, not remotely. The topics to be covered are of vital importance. We will also touch upon the role of research in our life, in our personal life as well. If we are to select a life period that led me to research, it would not be a straightforward, conventional path to me in terms of curatorship. So, I have a degree in philosophy at the Moscow University, Lomonosov Moscow University, not art. But one way or another, I found myself in this art environment. These are interconnected worlds. The world of people who take interest in philosophy, culture, theory, who read intellectual essays, people who visit exhibitions on a regular basis. In the then Russian landscape, that was a pretty much a homogeneous environment. And this scene was at its infant inception stage. I did some postgraduate study for some years. At the same time, I attended a French college. At the same university, Moscow State University. This is what my career path looked like. Then I joined the literary translation sphere. This was also philosophy and theory. But at some point, after changing several jobs, I worked at the Institute for the Modern Art and other cultural institutions. This led me to the VC Foundation. What does my identity look like? I started working in the editorial office. When it was established, it was a spin-off of the larger department. I was pretty young then, and that was an incredible privilege to do this kind of a job, developing the program of a book series, children's book series of this foundation. Initially, my mission was this, and it was around 7 to 8 years ago. My ambition was this. I wanted to make this available in Russian. We can refer to this as a minimum wage of knowledge regarding modern culture and art, which is a baseline in the 21st century everyone needs. We translated a series of books included in the leading courses on modern art. We translate the theory of avant-garde of Peter Berger. So it took 50 years to get it translated into Russian. But this was not about translating this mechanically. That was about finding the proper substance in Russian. It was about carrying entire layers of discourse in art. And at some point, we seem to have saturated the translation market with a decent set of books translated and published. So the editorial program then started expanding, and we moved on with homegrown editions. It used to be a genre ghetto, and we started to move away from this. so to say. If we were to talk about the program of this editorial office, it has poetry, modern science and research. Jointly with Summer Press, we are about to publish a book on ocean studies. It's culture in the largest sense possible, which includes fashion and even cooking. But I'm not going to run ahead, so we have our backbone of researchers still working together. Then we launched the gender series, post-humanitarian studies as well, and so on and so forth. This is what applies to my editorial work. I can dwell on this for ages. Let's move on. At the same time, I was working on urban projects in the foundation. This entity was growing. It was like a hormone boom period. So you have these fluctuations. Multitasking is still possible. So the major part of this group are referred to as curators. Awareness programs are not split from editorial programs. It's still the same group of people working on these. I hope I was able to answer a question. By the way, what was your second question? It was a single question structured like this. Katya? What can I say? Quite surprisingly, our career paths are pretty much in sync, because I don't have a degree in art either. I'm a philologist, so I have a degree from Moscow University, German studies. I did my PhD research, and I have this PhD degree, so my academic interests not only cover literature and the 18th and the 19th century Germany. As I'm to answer this question, where, what, and how, and why to research, we can refer to an entire generation of people in the early noughts, 2000s. The idea regarding why exhibitions are put up, the idea changed largely. Prior to the research-based approach, back then it was still far away. I worked largely on the Russian avant-garde. Habitually, these are referred to as painters of the second, third, and other degrees. We had fragments of archives, and we can refer to this as an overlooked area. This is something that shaped my optic machine. How do you use these pieces of information? Which context do you put them in? This leads you to research mode. It's about a specific condition, even an emotional drift. So you feel this environment, the chronotopic nature of this exhibition, the space-time. It has a a distinct connection with space and time, because you never have 10 years of your life to write something. It's always connected to things, to works of art that are in the focus of your attention and interest. It's a number of consequences. It ranges from provenance to other things. It's a lot of energy put in. You have to go, travel somewhere, do the selection, then get back. It's a very dynamic process. Then, since I'm an exhibition curator, this is the main type of my activity. The convention around the whole thing started changing. New practices emerged. The so-called artistic research, research-based art, you name it. Then, quite naturally, you start finding new approaches to the subject matter. But the optic machinery is still the same. Our wide dreams, when we did this exhibition, which was brought about in conjunction with intersection of various research paths, this was pretty much a conscious standard decision. So, sometimes this has little to do with how well known these exhibits are in the history of art. Thank you, Katya. I would like to ask a question.
I want to return to the audience's perspective. We all have experience of interacting with institutions or any other academic bodies. Like, we know that what they're doing is academic research, and we know how to perceive it, how to read it. As for museums, how does research manifest itself? Maybe in the architecture, in the organization of the museum per se. How can we learn to read their research and its presence in the museum context? I would clarify the question, like, who comes to the museum to see the actual research? I mean, to some extent, very few people do come to museums for the sake of research or for the sake of learning somebody's research, but you said that all what you do is research-based. I'll begin with a pun, with something that any one of you can see in Thomas Damon's exhibition when I was writing the wall text, you know, that big text that people see at the entrance to the exhibition. It's something that sets the expectation, that somehow tunes the audience into walking around the exhibition. That's where we describe the basic convention about the exhibition. So in that wall text, I was forced, well, not even forced, you know, the genre says that you can't introduce any references in the wall text. Like, you can't make it too academic. I once saw the references in the wall text too. Yes, but anyway, it's not an academic article. The exhibition is called A Mirror Without Memory, and I was quoting a fragment from Plato, from the state. And I thought that it was really important to insert this remark, to insert this quote. But even if I put inverted commas, it's really important for me to quote the real author. So I made that reference, and all my colleagues were laughing at me, saying I was too academic, you know, because normally curators write their own text much more fluently. To return to your question, I think it's a very serious one, and it's a very difficult one too. When I say research-based, it's about the curator's attitude to the objects exhibited. through the professional perspective, I mean, when professionals enter the exhibition, they do see if there is a network of connections between all the objects exhibited, like they see that it was intentional, the way the objects are set up, what every object is accompanied with, what additional materials can be found, what links are there. It's an ensemble that professionals can read. And I mean, don't take audience for fools who are blind and deaf. They're not. The audience is quite sensitive in their perception. And as I tell my colleagues, they can always feel falsity. They can always feel fraud. If something is not thought through, even if they are not aware of that, they will read that, they will perceive that. And you know, when exhibitions are made in just 2 months, then with high probability that exhibition will be scattered. It won't be holistic. Because the contribution of curators is very visible and it takes time. What's more, the curator's effort, it informs the way the exhibition looks. When we find ourselves in the exhibition space, we deal with condensed time and space, in most cases. So that's one remark to make. One more point. In contemporary museums, contemporary museums are a very difficult structure. It's not just about exhibition halls. There are a lot of other special bodies and a lot of structures in museums. Some of them may not be visible to external eyes, but still we have academic centers, we have libraries, we have archives. We have support systems for academic initiatives. We host academic conferences like the one that we are attending to today, but a conference is a traditional genre, so to speak. It's quite understandable. But a lot of things are happening too. Museums offer lots of programs. For example, Garage has field research program. And we do not announce it publicly. It's something we do inside. But we launched, for example, a series of labs, of laboratories. Normally, a laboratory is something that has to do with, hard science, with machines, equipment, tools. But actually, humanities can also be researched in that lab format. And this is something we do too. We have a few labs that are running. A lot of academic initiatives, really, and semi-quasi-academic. But all of them promote research, be that artistic research or curatorial research. In total, I completely agree with what Katya said. The only thing to add probably is that an exhibition is just one of the ways to locate research in a museum. In a contemporary museum, research is diffused all over the structure. It's diluted all around the structure of a museum. Very often museums have academic departments that do research. Sometimes this research can lead to exhibition projects, sometimes to publication projects. Longitudinal research that happens over a long space of time, can be condensed in the lab format. So it can take a long time for the research to brew properly, to lead to a public project. In the perfect scenario, research does not have to be confined by bureaucratic structures. It shouldn't be about the cognitive rent and its extraction. Research has to be open-sourced, open-end, and research must have the option to fail. I mean, sometimes research does not yield the result expected. That happens. And it's also one of the ways to grow, to produce knowledge, to find out that we don't know something. This is a crucial point, by the way. It's very important what you said just now. And in gas 2, I think it's an important consideration in your projects. It's an important consideration. We do not commission results of the research. We don't set a clear goal. We do not set KPIs. It's useless, I mean. I really like this quote, this fragment from Lipovsky Research of Terror. He has a fragment about feeling dizzy, and he introduces a great metaphor that our prolonged body, we have a prolonged body or long hands that cannot hold on to objects. If before we used to hold the whole world in our hand, but now we have to let go, we have to open the hand, and that leads to more flexibility, to more fluidity. And people of the 20th century had to exist in this realm of uncertainty. In the 20th century, that was quite difficult for people, but as for younger generations of the 21st century, they feel more authentic. They feel like natives in this space of uncertainty. As for contemporary institutions, and especially contemporary museums, I think they cannot but react to this world by letting go of the clasped hand. They have to let go of domination or normative discourse. I think this is the principle that academic structure centers around too. We are not academy, of course not. So it's weird to expect any clearly set results. Results can be different. It can be a play, a publication, an exhibition, a book. This is something we had. It can be a film, it can be a documentary, it can be an exhibition, it can be reading groups. So anything. The list goes on and on. So this is crucially important. Katya, you spoke about metaphor now. You said that the ontology of a contemporary person, that's an open hand. As for hub, a hub is also a metaphor. Do you think it's an apt metaphor for what is happening in today's museums? Research-wise, I mean. Or is there a wall that encircles the museum and the museum is closed from the outside? I mean, if you're speaking about the walls are normally closing monasteries, right? This type of knowledge that is cut off by the wall is the medieval type of knowledge production. The knowledge that was produced behind the monastery walls. I'm not sure even how to translate the word hub into Russian. Our conference is titled Knowledge, Non-Knowledge, and by analogy I want to say space and non-space as far as the metaphor of hub is concerned, because I think that contemporary knowledge and non-knowledge needs a space for its dissemination. I just wanted to add that sometimes knowledge museum that produces knowledge about museums too. So good research, I believe, restructures this one-way relationship, linear relationship between the researcher and researchee, makes them more equal. Good research transforms the researcher himself or herself. If we follow this logic, I think that museum research has to change, has to transform museum itself. A museum that produces knowledge also produces knowledge about itself, learns more about itself from different perspectives, and this knowledge can reconfigure, can change, can restructure the topography that we know already. It can even rebuild the institutional structure. I believe that what is good about the Russian context is that big cultural institutions, which are represented on this panel, for example, they are research-driven, but at the same time, they are in the constant process of self-learning, self-awareness. They are learning more and more about their own identity, and it's like a process that never ends. It's a continuous process. And in that sense, we do not follow a set example. Contemporary museums are trying to redefine themselves, and any role models or any examples that we take can be adapted to the changing context. Maybe this is the future of museums as institutions in our turbulent world. I want to ask a final question on my behalf, and I will open the mic for the audience in a second. It's a question that is connected with my own background. If you hire people now, for example, to your curators team or your publishing team, how do you evaluate a research experience of those who apply? What criteria do you use to evaluate these people? Do these have to be some academic criteria or creative experience? I mean, does research even matter when you evaluate candidates, potential candidates for positions? I have never shown my thesis to anyone. I have a PhD, but nobody actually read my text. So, I mean, the formal criteria don't really matter to me. I don't care. However, what matters is expertise and the potential. And this is what matters, museum expertise mostly, or creative expertise. If we enroll people into the curators team, we understand quite well from the CV what geographies people work with, what their area of interest is. As you understand, a curator is a very complex structure, is a very complex position, but if you work in a museum or in an exhibition, galleries, for example, we all know that curators can be different. There are curators who never go on the floor. There are curators of a completely different type, those who work with exhibitions all the time. There are people who are more thorough, who work continuously but slowly, like publishing one book in 10 years. Answering your question, however, I must say that what I'm most interested in is the overall profile. If people say that their focus of interest is Southeast Asia and its art, then we're going to discuss this kind of art, the art of this region. And this is more important for me than their confirmed participation in conferences or published articles. When we did the second triennale of Russian contemporary art, we decided to announce a travel grant for foreign curators for them to come and see the triennale. We announced the open call. As you understand, it never happened for clear reasons that traveling was already impossible. We did it together with Valia Diakonov. We made a short list out of 20 people. And I saw a portfolio of a lot of pages, and I was like, wow, how hard this person worked. And we had an age limitation, like younger than 35, I believe. So I looked at these pages and I thought, oh wow, how much experience this person have. I'm going through page after page. All they did are just 2 research projects, 2 exhibitions the person made in the framework of their schooling, and the rest is just speculative participation in some workshops, fellowships for a month. 30 pages of this information. Of course, I don't care about that. I mean, it has nothing to do with professional activity. So, Katya, I just wanted to clarify. So it seems like your criteria are quite flexible in this context and this situation. Yeah, you need to see that the person is professional. What they say relates to reality. That's the main thing that I look at. You can always read that, you can always feel that. However, the skill of research, independent research for a curator is a key one. I will speak not about hiring or recruiting. I can just explain what kind of people end up working with us, what their profile is. And I mean VAC and GAS 2, which is about to open this year. The profile is quite complex, it's quite difficult, but at the same time is very recognizable. Ethos or profile, I don't know what to call it properly. And to a lot of extent, it predefines what kind of people come to work with us and who are interested. For more than 10 years of its existence, the foundation, the VAC Foundation, since we never had our own location, we never had a site, the foundation occupied this intermediarily in-between position, which is actually beautifully encapsulated in its title. VAC is an abbreviation, 3 capital letters with hyphens in between them. And you always had this hyphenated nature between Russia and the Western world, because the foundation organized exhibitions of young Russian artists in Europe for quite a long time. It's an interest, an attempt to build a connection between contemporary visual culture and post-Soviet institutions. I mean, our foundation normally works in non-conventional spaces. For example, we organized exhibitions in very exotic places. For example, in the Central Military Museum, in the Museum of Sponsors and Donors, the Institute of Africa, the Museum of 1917 Revolution. So these are sites or institutions that have nothing to do with visual art and contemporary art. In addition to that, the site we are building now, GAS 2, is trying to be not monolithic as much as possible. Although it's a huge space, it's quite airy in its structure. And the metaphor of the architect who did it is ramendo. That's an Italian word. It's like a stitch. I think it can be translated as a stitch. We call it the House of Culture, GAS 2. It's a hub, a center, and it has to be a stitch that will bridge the gap in the torn fabric of the urban space. So it has to be an assembly point, an assembly center for different audiences and different formats. And in that sense, yes, this in-between position is crucial for us. I like seizure, the word from poetry, from the poetic theory. That means a pause in a poetic sense, seizure. So basically, that's what makes poetry, pauses in between the lines, the spaces to take a breath before you go on. And this is our position, this is our nature. It's quite substantial because I think it can transform qualitatively what is happening around us. And of course, we also focus on interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity. I prefer the latter. I don't like the word interdisciplinary that much, because when you oscillate between different disciplines, you leave them out of touch. I love the word transdisciplinary. So it's about hybridization, right? Yeah, it's like a transition, transcendence beyond these boundaries, like making these boundaries redundant. They are, I believe. The idea of interdisciplinary studies, as we know, for example, from Foucault's lectures in Collège de France, a discipline is always about normalization, standardization, and it's always about exclusion and domination and living out whole layers of knowledge which are disqualified as naive or not coherent or something that is unreadable. So when we speak about transdisciplinarity or anti-disciplinarity, it's not just that we like a symphony of different arts, so we want to embrace theater, music, visual arts, sculpture, and so on and so forth, but we also mean that when you go beyond the boundaries of disciplines, you have bigger space for maneuvering. You can go to the layers of knowledge which were neglected before.
This may sound pretty abstract, but this is what we specified in the conference title. Non-knowledge is not negation of knowledge. And I missed the third one. I got distracted. I had some thought on the tip of my tongue. Let me remind you. When you're a member of a board, as you consider job applications, how do you value the research as part of the applicant's portfolio? If I were to do some selection, instead of considering the thickness of your portfolio, I would rather focus on how curious you are about the knowledge production process, which implies this kind of methodology. And the third point, it's also about methodology. It's the interest taken in storytelling. I like ways of research that imply, how to say it, not storytelling, but rather a narrative. It can be a speculative narrative, a facultative one. How to put this? It may reflect the actual state of things. It doesn't have to be overly positive. I take interest in alliances, in terms of more academic types of research, more conventional research. It wouldn't have been possible at all. So the format of storytelling, telling a story of narrative as research, is also worthy of attention. We have time for one probably question or comment. Thank you very much. My name is Margarita Gulova. If I'm allowed to ask one question, to get started, I would like to express my admiration and excitement. I work at a very liberal university, probably the most liberal university in the world. This has to be written in the official webpage. As pointed out Katya, research that is deprived of any linearity, it sounds like liberation. It sounds like a wonder to me, and I want sincerely to believe that it's actually possible. And this is something I sympathize with. My question is this. When you don't have this neoliberal anxiety about endless KPIs and meeting them, what does it mean to fail at a research? What does a failure mean when you underperform, perform poorly while doing research? Answer. Well, something which I mark not as a failure, but rather as a situation. When you are pulling on a thread and then it breaks. This is like a stalemate. This is like an impasse. And there is no way for you to get out of this impasse. It can be a publication. And you can tell that the research never took place. So a person spent some time to accumulate some commonly known knowledge. The person researching never went beyond the limits of the conventional normative knowledge. They never experienced any speculation, the most naive one. So this track of thought remained pretty much limited, restricted by very clear and visible boundaries established from day one. And this condition can be referred to as a failure. I can come up with a specific example, a case in point. In the February 2015, the foundation launched a program to expand the space for art in an urban environment. As the title implies, it aimed at attracting various artists, practitioners, and urban development experts. They were expected to discuss various projects on public art. It has to be some material object. Public art can exist in various forms and shapes. What makes it stand out that it takes place beyond a museum walls. So we received a certain number of applications, and only one work was actually installed. So a two-piece edition was published 2 years after the start of the program. This documented all the communication with the municipal authorities, with curators, artists. Here is the deal. Installing any object in the street requires lengthy and complex approval procedures, permits. It's about municipal authorities, law enforcement bodies, private owners, activists, etc. So once you are up to doing something, you already have your hands tied right away. As a result, a project that was supposed to assume some tangible shape, it failed. So, and this resulted in a two-piece edition, two-volume edition. Well, frankly speaking, these are the chronicles of a failure. But this can be referred to as a successful failure. This is something you need to realize when you want to operate in public area. We have time for a super short question and equally a super short answer. My name is Eva. In line with this research, I would like to ask a question on external research. What you've been discussing so far is about in-house research within an institution. But I wonder, what happens with external researchers? Are there any programs or scholarship grants, etc.? It's a question to Karen. External research, on external research. What example did you come up with? A field research application. VC is a pretty complex program. It was announced some time ago, before the pandemic began. A so-called 5 seasons program that spans up to 2023 as amended. It is built around the global narrative that encompasses various layers and myths of culture, history, of Russia, of the new Russia. It's a total of 5 seasons. They last 6 months each, and they are intentionally made to sound luxurious. One artist has the authority over one season. At the same time, we'll have an exhibition organized. The first one is entitled Santa Barbara. The second one is The Truth. The third season is Mother. Fourth, Space, like outer space. The fifth is entitled It Can Be Barely Heard. So this is all built to match this logic. The Truth season the multiple meanings of truth, and in the Russian language there are 2 ways to say truth. Then digital technologies. How digital monopolies question the existing verification systems and existing knowledge. The issue of post-truth, this is something we'll also touch upon. By and large, the issue of realism, both artistic realism and realism in the broad sense of the word, will also be considered. So there are a number of research areas These are translated into exhibitions, awareness-raising campaigns, etc. Once they are broken down into these initiatives, the teams in charge of these projects, they get in touch with this researcher. Sometimes it's via an open call for bids, or sometimes we address them directly. Please respect the timing. Regarding research, open calls, we only have one. I want to be precise, I want to make sure. We have a Center for Experimental Museum Studies. This under the auspices of the VC Foundation. They have scholarships for research associated with museums, museums as a media, media in the light of natural disasters and environmental catastrophes. So they have an open call for bids, and the first set of researchers have already submitted their texts, the papers, and these were published in an almanac we published in the end of last year. You can take a look. The book is commercially available here, so we have an open call. But I don't rule out a possibility that we will have more research like this. Thank you all. We don't have a break. We'll proceed with the next session. I would like everyone to join me in thanking Karen and Katya for this amazing discussion. They have to leave for museum work, so we say goodbye. I would like to invite our next speaker, next participant. Let me organize.
Yeah, and I want to kind of emphasize that we're going to have two papers now, and there's going to be a discussion afterwards. Obviously, that discussion is going to be shorter because we moved some of it to the bit now. So it's my great pleasure to welcome two speakers now, right? One joining us here on site and the other online through a Zoom connection. I'm sure the team will sort it out in a second. So here with me is Dogan Taupit, who is a researcher in Istanbul and also a curator, particularly looking after the issues of architecture and space at ARTA, which is, are you guys a center? Are you?
It's a contemporary art
museum, right. I'm never sure whether it is a center.
Museum legally, but
it's a museum in actual terms, which opened a new, absolutely stunning building in Istanbul 2 years ago, and it has a massive collection of contemporary art on site as well. The other person who will be speaking to us is Azharan Chanel, who will be joining on Zoom, as I said, and she is an academic and researcher in architecture and design in Istanbul as well. And she's also a member of the advisory board of the Garage Journal, which is brilliant. So thank you.
I'm not sure if she will be
No?
talking. No, she's
No.
not going to be talking, but she will be in the question answer.
Got you. Okay. Well, over to you.
Yeah. Well, you did introduce.
You need to use a mic.
Yeah. For the interpreters and the broadcast, yeah.
All right. So yes, I am working for ARTA these days, but I would like to start. Well, let's start with saying that I'm so glad to be part of the conference, in which we're having quite interesting conversations and discussions, and I'm hoping to add these discussions by offering our perspective on exhibition space and exhibition making. and it's also amazing to be able to be here after such a long closure time, face to face. It's such a pleasure. We worked on this presentation with Aslan Şener, as Vlad told you. She's an associate professor in Istanbul Technical University. She could make it here, but we are working on this topic with her, as she is my advisor for my PhD studies in Istanbul Technical University. I'm an architect working in the art field almost all my practice, so one of these in-between ones, and I feel one of the lucky ones. And I have been working and thinking on exhibitions. I have been dealing with exhibitions in different kinds of institutions and formats like museums or biennials. And the last years I've been working on my PhD, focusing on exhibition space. That's how we came together with Aslan Şener and started thinking on exhibition space, bringing together her experience on spatial practices and theory, and my experience in exhibition architecture. What I'm going to do, well, can I have my presentation? What I'm going to do today is, actually you are going to listen to a very preliminary starting sketch of my PhD thesis. We're just discussing about it. And once I was informed with this conference, it really inspired us to think about non-frame as a research tool for an experimental exhibition space. I was planning to talk, but I think I would be better to read. So we are going to introduce frame, which is one of the oldest display methods, as a navigational tool. We will sometimes name it a non-frame in the framework of this conference to tackle questions around producing and transmitting non-knowledge in the exhibition space to exhibition making with spatial tools. What do I mean with frame as a navigational tool? The next slide, please. Yeah, what we mean as a frame as a navigational tool is actually borrowed from Rosie Brider to this navigational tool. Frame, non-frame, knowledge, non-knowledge, we're kind of making a conversation in between them. Museums as institutions hosting exhibitions and public programs are unique in their ways to contribute in complicating and contesting knowledge today, tackling regimes of modern epistemology through artworks, archives, and researches from various disciplines. In this presentation, we tried to traverse the realm, exhibition architecture research, introducing the idea of frame as a navigational tool, asking the questions of what is frame, what does it frame, what is that being framed, and how the framing work, and we can reproduce these questions. What I think is most appealing with thinking on frame as a navigational tool is its dual function, operating both metaphorical and literal, slip between the philosophical paradigm and the representational devices, and Friedberg puts it. It provides a very fertile open structure to think about the spatial and conceptual relations of space and artwork. And in my case, it's about the space and the artwork, but it can be extended to anything. It relates in the structure of museums and exhibitions. I would like to tell you a story to start with, which I think could make you feel that it's a misuse of time, but I think it will really help you to help me to navigate in the subject and help to motivate you to focus in the topic. And it also is the, it's also, I would like, well, this is something that I have experienced myself recently, actually right before I got informed about this conference, and it inspired the idea of presenting frame as a navigational tool in that conference. and I've been working mainly in contemporary art exhibitions with artists and curators. A curator friend of mine who was assigned to make an exhibition with a novelist this time, a well-known writer from Turkey. I cannot tell the name yet as the exhibition is not publicly announced. The exhibition was supposed to show his diaries, as well as other things that he has been writing through all his practice for years, including his private notes on his private life, and also the notes and sketches that he had been doing while he's thinking on his novels. He's famous for his painterly narrations in his books, and apparently he is drawing these scenes while he's writing his texts. So my task was to think of a space where we would present the diaries of a writer in the main room of the museum, which is a double high room in the very center of the whole exhibition space. And the task was, the task for this very specific space is to present diaries which contain personal notes as well as descriptions and sketches of the novels. So in a way, for the visitor, it is to see how the writer sets his scenes, but also fall into his private world, witnessing his daily routine, his emotional part, whatever. The diaries were supposed to be shown in some vitrines. There were 22 of them, so too many of them, 22 vitrines in one room. One random page open, and some of the rest is available on a small screen installed within the vitrine. The tricky part is the writer wanted to have a larger image of the visitor who is changing the pages of these diaries, presented on the other walls, so that the other visitors would be able to see what the first visitor is seeing. So whatever, this concept is something that the writer was willing to have, but what my task was to technically make it possible and to make it work somehow. So what was asked, watching someone's private experience as a silent experience in the museum, but sharing this experience with others. The very first idea, without any discussion, was that the image of the image should be shown via projectors, not only because they needed to be large images, but also because the image you see there is ghostly act of watching some others private. So it was a complicated idea that the writer had, but what we tried to do is to install 22 projectors in one room. We had some discussions with the technical team, and immediately realized that 22 projectors in a room would be too much, would cause too much light, and would be impossible to have a good picture. So it was not technically possible with projectors. So there was only one option, showing them in LED screens. But suddenly, I mean, it changed the whole experience of the whole thing. The ghostly fiction, which is like watching someone's experience in a way, but falling into someone's private life, all these layers were somehow disappearing by introducing a frame in the space, not projecting directly on the wall, but having this LED screen with its frame, with it being an object. That was, what we were talking about this. I told this to Aslan, and we were talking about our exhibition space and as an experience space for my thesis, and this suddenly evoked many other questions in between us, and we thought that this could really work for the topic of this conference. So on this specific problem, it's a very daily problem of, a design issue of a daily practice, but it evokes many questions in terms of exhibition space and these decisions that are made by the exhibition architect, artist, and all these actors. So we're aware that there is a huge research about the relation of the moving image and the screen as a display method, but in this case, the research question was presenting the artwork directly on the wall or in a frame, and in this case, frame of a screen. Presenting a video artwork on the wall directly via projection device, also having no frame or showing it on a screen display is still a crucial decision. I forgot to do it, that's the space, by the way. These decisions are not only about making an existing knowledge accessible, but themselves are ongoing research. After we talked about this frame and the history of the frame and how it evolved during the exhibition space history, we came out with a big discussion, not only with the moving image, but also the history of the white cube and everything. So we realized that these questions are still valid, but themselves are an ongoing research in the exhibition space while the technology is changing, while the discussion topics and artworks and the processes of producing artworks are changing. So I don't want to go in detail of these things, but just to give you an idea, well, you probably know all these, but just to remember the history of the frame. The story of presenting the artwork directly on the wall or in the frame is a long story, which is also the story of the gallery space. Until the early 20th century Europe, the artworks were presented in thick frames, not only for defining their boundaries, but also for providing the artwork its own existential space within their academic creation rules. That is how in early exhibitions, many frames could be presented from floor to ceiling next to each other and still considered to have their own representational area. The emancipation of artwork from the frame to the wall and to the void is a spiry history which tells a lot about the experience of artwork in the physical material space and of course a lot about the ways we imagine the world even today. That's Monet's water lilies. According to the European mainstream art history canon, the Impressionists are the ones who started suppressing the boundaries of the frame by introducing the horizon in the painting plane, even though during their times they were still presenting their works with thick frames. What is interesting with it is what William Zeitz did in 1960 in MoMA. He took out the frames, and not only that, he also installed the water lilies, the 3 big panels, recessed with a construction he made. He installed it recessed with the wall so that it was part of the wall. It looked like part of the wall. So it's a kind of a step thinking on the frame of the artwork and making it belonging to the space itself. Another example, Friedrich Kiesler, who lived in the early 20th century, an architect, as Sylvia Levin calls him, a classic avant-gardist architect. He worked with a wide range of mediums and is best known today for his endless house in this model. I came to know that he had designed some gallery spaces for Peggy Guggenheim in New York in 1942, and this place has served for many exhibitions, for surrealist and abstract exhibitions in between 1942 to 1947. Well, what he did, the left side is for abstract art and for the right side is for the surrealist art. What he did, as he did in his architectural works, he tried to get rid of the corners and tried to create a continuity in the architectural space. And while doing this, he got rid of the frames of the surreal artworks and suspended them with the cantilevers in the space. So all these examples are making me think of how other people thought of frame and how this research is ongoing and how we come up with this in today's design problems. Yeah, he also had theater designs, which he merged stage and audience. In the Endless House, he wrapped the floor, ceiling, and wall as a topological cave. And here, what he says is interesting. His picture, wall, and room, they are all together, and there is no separation of vision and fact. He says, primitive man knew one world in which both were continually present within the pattern of everyday experience. So yeah, while creating this atmosphere, he got rid of the frames as one of the acts, which is interesting for me. I will pass this quite quickly. Sarkis Sabunyan is an Armenian artist born in Turkey. This is a very well-known iconic work of him, which he first presented in Machka Sanat Galerisi, which is one of the leading galleries, which is closed now in Istanbul. He showed some pieces. Well, Çaylak Sokak is the name of the street he was born, and with all of his memories, he still has this house. He installed some pieces from this house, made it an artwork, installed these pieces in Çaylak Sokak, Machka Sanat Galerisi once in 1968. What is interesting about this is that work was presented in Centre Pompidou in 1989. While doing this, what he did is to to build the ground floor of the gallery space, one by one scale, and presenting the artworks on it. So it was the memory of one space was in the Machka Sanat Gallery, and that space is brought here with the plan itself. We have shown it in Artai in 2019 as one of our opening pieces. And while bringing it to Artai, it had some more additions. I have to finish. Okay. So I am trying to come to a point that the frame becomes the space itself, and the discussion can go to that extent. To conclude. Yes, the frame, how can the frame be a navigational tool to think about the artwork itself, artwork with, let's say it's boundaries, but non-boundaries maybe, frame of the space, the artwork and its relation with the space, and well, as the participants were discussing, the frame of the disciplines, which is interesting here for me to mention and emphasize, is that the relationship between, as an exhibition architect and thinking on exhibition space, what is interesting is that the relationship between artwork and the exhibition space, their relation in this case, there can be many others, but I'm focusing on that one. They are pushing the discipline's limit to their crystal borders, like while thinking of wall or frame, you're really thinking of it to the very crystal limits. And I have to finish now. Thank you. So the open question, the frame being one of the oldest methods of displaying artwork is taken as a wider concept to discuss what kind of non-knowledge can museum create through non-framing, or by twisting the question, what kind of non-frames do museums provide for creating non-knowledge?
Thank you ever so much, Dogo. Thank you. I'd like to invite our next speaker of this panel, Cristina Moraro, who will be talking about shifts in the ways we think about disciplines and types of knowledge. So over to you, please.
Thank you. Hi, I will also like my presentation. I'm Cristina Moraro from Iași, Romania. I'm very happy to be here. I will talk about two models of approaching museum. One is informed by Foucault, and here I refer to the museum as a disciplinary model of knowledge production. And the other is informed by Rancière, and I'm referring here to his concept of confused knowledge and to museums at spaces that could determine the constitution of a particular type of thinking, which is the thinking of the sensible. But let's start with Foucault. In his theory, in his book, The Archaeology of Knowledge, he talks about knowledge as a form of power, but the museum can be perceived as a disciplinary model of knowledge production insofar as it questions an ideological apparatus configured as a system of representation which operates on imaginative conception of the self and the social order in a manner that could ensure a desirable model of an institution that meets specific needs of subjectivity and social reality. So the museum, as a disciplinary model of knowledge production, is following a harmonizing relation of correspondence between government, or with, better say, with governmental practices, or maybe with the economic interests that are hidden behind governmental practices. But let's consider the two cases, Musée de l'Art Moderne de la Ville de Paris and the project site, the Massachusetts Museum of Contemporary Art in North Adams, which Rosalind Krauss, in her article, The Cultural Logic of Late Capitalist Museum, which was published in the volume Grasping the World, The Idea of the Museum, she makes a critique of the late capitalism, observing how art has become subordinated to different registers of capitalist experience, giving that what prevails in some museums is not the work of art, but the hyper-realist architecture, which follows this capitalist mantra of bigger is better and better is richer. When entering museums as such, visitors experience an euphoria of space, rather than an engagement, a particular aesthetic experience with a specific work of art. And this is, in her argument is that in some cases, space comes first and art comes second. This situation is also encountered in what some critics called museum architecture, which is, again, a consequence of privatization. And as Claire Bishop mentioned in her book, Radical Museology, in recent years, despite the many publicly founded institutions of contemporary art, we noticed the emergence of high-profile private institutions all over the globe. These institutions have interest in preserving the iconicity of the museum, given that museums have always had this interest in endorsing signature architecture. And some example here in Europe. Oh, okay. In Europe, Alessandro Pompidou Metz, designed by Japanese architect Singer Rubon, the museum, the National Museum of the 21st Century Art in Rome, designed by Zaha Hadid. In Latin America, we can mention El Museo Jumex in Mexico City, or Museo del Arte Latinoamericano in Buenos Aires. Maybe we can also mention here M+ Museum in Hong Kong, which was presented yesterday, although it is not sponsored by wealthy individuals or corporations, as those museums are sponsored by the state, as Pauline mentioned yesterday. But I could say that in these cases, the aesthetic experience is jeopardized, or at least it is influenced by the enormous space of the museum. As we can see, although in the last 20 years we have seen a huge diversification of museum, this dominant logic of privatization is present worldwide, preparing this mission of economic success. Unfortunately, in some cases, what comes first is this interest to present a well-designed image while connecting with history, organizing a collection, connecting with the social reality comes second. And it seems that in this paradigm, art acquires paragon instrumentality. And I'm considering here the Greek sense of the word paragon, following Derrida's theory on paragon understood as the frame, a hard surface that separates the ergon, which is the work of art, from the exterior. And the exterior here is extrapolated to the entire social order or to the entire cultural context. In the museums I presented, art is paragon. Art becomes subordinated to the main subject, and the main subject is ideological apparatus, which presupposes both a disciplinary practice of writing, and I'm referring here to historiography, and the referential field, the object of art, which is understood as a meta-language. Donald Preziosi, in his book In the Aftermath of Art, Ethics, Aesthetics, Politics, he considers that almost any object can be displayed under the pretext of art in a museum, while any institution can be restructured and designed as a museum. And the very existence and contemporary ubiquity of institutions transforming most things in museological materials, I mean into objects which are representative or even simulacra of the character or the mentality of the subject who produced them, and which can be read as traces or as effects of their presence. So in this sense, Preziosi states that the museum functions as a disciplinary model of knowledge production, defining, formatting, modeling, and representing multiple forms of social behavior. And it appears to me that in this sense, museology approaches orthopsychology, which is the psychoeducational discipline that aims at structuring thinking in accordance to what it is considered right. And this involves structuring social behavior, structuring or oriented it and correcting it. And in this sense, we can assert that the need to establish condition of the aesthetic receptions, since both art museum and art history are placing the viewer in an anamorphic position. An anamorphic position is a position from which you can clearly understand things from one single point of view. The anamorphic effect of an object is constituted when an element seen directly remains meaningless until a change of perspective reveals its recognizable meaning. The anamorphic effect of the viewer maintain the promise that things will reveal sense at a certain point. And this is how the anamorphic effect managed to cancel the regulatory intentions of museum practices and also of history practices. From an anamorphic perspective, the facts or the object presented seems to have a proper place, seem to be fixated in the universal history of art, And this position will somehow prove its relevance by placing it in relation to the future, by projecting it into the future. And here, as Walter Benjamin mentions, both historiographical and museographical practices are concerned with allegorical figures who express desire for a fulfillment of a symbolic totality. And this symbolic totality is motivated by the anamorphic effect. In other words, the art museum, as well as the art history, maintain the hope for a revelation, for an unexpected discovery of a meaning or of an understanding that holds the promise that whatever happens next will make sense. And to support this idea, Preziosi makes an analogy between the history of art and the history of the self. And he refers to Lacan, who mentioned in his work Écrite that history is not the past definitive of what it was, since it was no more, or even the present perfect of what has been in what I am, but the future anterior of what I shall have been for what I'm in the process of becoming. Gilles Deleuze, in his essay, Breaking Things Open, Breaking Words Open, concedes that history is what separates us from ourselves and what we have to traverse in order to think ourselves, in order to understand ourselves. Starting from a Foucauldian understanding of history, Deleuze continues this idea in his essay, Life as a Work of Art, concluding that history cannot limit our identity. It can circumscribe us to a certain framework, but it does not determine who we are, but rather who we are in the process of differentiating ourselves from. It does not fix our identity, but it disperses our identity from our essential otherness. Those reflections on history, I think, that are very important, given that when researching museum, we should have in mind the temporality and the question of history. Some contemporary art museums adopted what Claire Bishop termed a presentist strategy, and I'm going to refer here to the new Museum of Contemporary Art in New York, which was established in '77 as an alternative to MoMA, or the Whitney Museum of American Art. The museum wanted to destabilize this idea of collection, and its strategy was to select works from different shows and to present them in a semi-permanent collection where they keep the works for a decade, and after this decade they create rooms for other more recent pieces. Well, other museums adopted a non-presentist temporality constituted as an affirmation of the zeitgeist. Claire Bishop considered that this is a harder mission. Because you have to consider the historical weight of a permanent collection. And also, she mentioned this idea that the curator has to have in mind two types of tenses simultaneously: the past perfect and the future anterior. And by the future anterior, she refers to the easily predictable situation in which austerity measure and the lack of fund for loan-based temporary exhibition will restrain museums to a permanent collection. Therefore, the best strategy for a museum is to organize itself as a funnel space. Preziosi talks about the museum potential to shape an imaginary space-time, a legendary space, a historically modulated and inflected space, a funnel space. And this term is derived from Jorge Luis Borges and his short story entitled Funes El Memorioso, in which he presented the story of a man named Funes who could remember his entire life, who could remember every experience he lived. The museum, as a funeral space, is a space that integrates the whole history in its structure. Equally, the art object exposed in the museum can be funeral, setting up internal links to the entire history, or to event, to object, and each art object in an archive can suggest resonances with other objects which are not present, but both metaphorically and metonymically they set up a reference to fragments or other parts from the archive. In addition to these resonances of certain funeral object with other object archived, Preziosi also noticed other forms of museum-specific relation between subject who look at object and who look at each other when looking at the object. And in overcrowded circumstances, such as les salles d'état dans la Musée du Louvre, this condition of observing art changes, along with the rhetorical economies of the relationship that are constituted between the archived object and the subject that are looking at those objects. However, when museums manifest themselves as ideological apparatuses, and if I will not have time for this, I really open this for discussion, maybe, because I wanted to turn to Rancière and to discuss this concept of confused knowledge and how this shifts the understanding of museum practices. But we can discuss later. I'm really hoping to have time for this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. If you don't mind just staying where you are, because we're going to just take questions. Dirk, would you like to come over? And why don't we get ourselves some water?
Yeah.
While other participants are collecting their thoughts and I hope getting ready to ask them questions, I wonder if I can try to connect the discussion a little bit here. What struck me in these two papers, but actually in other papers that we heard yesterday and this morning, is the idea of imaginary or real boundary of some sort, that we have a task to overcome, to deconstruct, or to make use of in many ways. So it's an interesting kind of proposition, a sense of a barrier or a sense of a membrane, and we can use a lot of metaphors out there in the way we think about knowledge. So this is truly exciting to kind of to see how a lot of our thinking comes together. I have somewhat specific questions for the speakers, if I may, and I'd like to start with you, Dirk, and that is, in your kind of reflection on the nature of the image and projection, in a way you assumed that the surface on which you project is stable and fixed and solid, but you can, as we know, project on smoke, you can project on clouds. I worked with an artist who does laser projections on clouds in Yorkshire. You can project on water and many other things. So, I mean, what happens if we were to kind of consider that matter as more flexible, fluid? So that would be my kind of question to you. And over to you, just to kind of bring it up with Rancière a little bit here. Again, the title of the conference is somewhat binary, knowledge, but in actual terms, we refer to a triangulation, right, of knowledge that Rancière has, which is knowledge, ignorance, and this kind of third category of non-knowledge. I wonder if that is what you meant by confusion, or is that really about knowledge being a kind of a shift from one thing to another? And also in the title of your paper, you talked about senses. I wonder if you can bring this in the discussion as well, all right?
It's actually A good question to explain this example a little further, because why I mentioned about that extensively is not about solving the problem. I mean, yes, we can project on smoke or water or anything. That it is important. I mean, I thought it's evoking these kind of problems, like thinking about wall itself. That's why I thought it was important. I mean, in this case, yes, we wanted to project it on the wall, and then we are thinking of making it possible in different technical ways. But that's the thing. I mean, by having this problem there, which is about boundary or surface, or in the intersection between the architectural element and artwork connection, we are asking new questions and producing new ideas and knowledge in some way. So it's not like, as you said in the previous discussion, it's not like negating, but it's like reproducing and rethinking about things.
Can I just follow up real quickly on this? So the outcome of that experiment, of that research, would be an exhibition, or there can be other things as well?
Actually, it's the start of my PhD work, but it's in the very early stage. We are thinking of these interrelations of the components of an exhibition. As an exhibition designer, I'm thinking of these things. So, frame is something that is evoked in terms of this conference.
Thank you very much, Christina.
Okay, thank you so much for your question, which really helped me develop the argument that I couldn't phrase before because it wasn't enough time. So I refer to Rancière and this syntagm of confused knowledge, because for Rancière, the confused knowledge reunites both thinking and feeling. Rancière believes that the representation of the sensible is the most confused idea. But in the same time, when he describes a work of art, he thinks of the work of art as a work of thinking. So this was very, very, very clear in Rancière. But what is intriguing to me is this idea that art can expand a territory of thinking that it takes farther. It can, it is capable of expanding beyond thinking. So art is it's expanding into a territory of feeling. And this also, because you mentioned the senses and this idea that confused knowledge is something that combines an identity of the opposite. And this is also interesting in Rancière, but it's also interesting for our discussion in museums as a space of research, because Rancière is criticizing the modern aesthetic regime that imposes certain rules, and Rancière wants to destitute this I don't know how to call it, this imposed rules in which you talk about activity that prevails over passivity, the active intelligence that prevails over sensitive receptibility. So this is why I bring into discussion the confused knowledge, because confused knowledge reunites both active and passive, thinking and non-thinking. And Rancière wants to disestablish these rules, these hierarchies between the educated taste and the lack of taste. So so this is important, because we are no longer talking about the the active that prevails over passive, but the constitution of an identity that is both active and passive. This is confused. I know it sounds very metaphorical, but this is Rancière. So.
Cool. Just want to kind of add to our understanding of the term hub, right, as an expanding space, as constantly evolving. Thank you very much. Do you guys have any questions or comments that you wish to make? So I see two people raising their hands.
Yeah, hello, thank you very much for your papers, and also in relation to the Katja and Karen who spoke before. I mean, I would moot that we're in an illustrational turn, and if you look at the kind of the concept of the exhibition as an essay, which is something that Anselm Franke has worked on and produced brilliantly, you also notice that everything right now is illustrating something, and that normativity is unbelievably asphyxiating, and it's part of the recession in which we are in. So for me, the idea of space and collections are the two key areas in a museum that are not being explored as much as they could be explored. There is no reason why larger museums have to have these large empty spaces other than for the Starchitects and the wow effect and this kind of situation. There is no reason why people need to stand and view things that they could do at home on a screen. There is no reason to remove chairs and tables if they existed in the past. So we are being governed, and to come back to this question of Foucault and the art of not being governed quite so much, which is this beautiful emphasis on the word quite, right? It's not a bashing down the doors, it's not controversy as such, it's counter-conduct. And I think we're really desperately in need of that because we are in a decolonial moment. And it's fine to present a paper on confused knowledge that includes absolutely no position from the non-white Western world. I'm sorry, right? And the same thing with this question of how you create an exhibition right now. I mean, if we don't begin to emancipate, to use a Rancière word, emancipate the viewer and regard them as a you know, this front, I'm not being very clear, but what I'm trying to say is that there's we're timorous. There's something not right about this. We're all working. Look, for example, I have told myself I will never give a talk in relationship to art any longer in an amphitheater. Why am I in a space where the only way I can satisfy some kind of aesthetic and intellectual stimulus is by looking at the way that the wood has been placed on the walls, looking at the
or more
chairs.
specifically the cameras in this time round? Because
Sorry?
even the cameras, to me, the cameras are
No, I'm
driving.
talking about, I am tired of talking about art in sanitized governmental spaces, governing my mental capacity to think as a professional in the art world. It doesn't make sense anymore. So I want to see this kind of a talk with a few people inside the exhibition of Thomas Demand, because I want to be able to think all the time in response to the subject matter of my work, right? And so I just want to bring this up, that I'm not sensing a responsibility towards the need for an emancipation within the museum in 2021 from the point of view both of space and collections, which are part of a highly colonial matrix, both of them. And when you speak about restitution, you have to imagine that the audience that comes in has to be a student again. They have to be able to do things with an exhibition and not consume art, consume coffee, consume in bookshops, but actually change the whole ergonomy, the whole way of dealing with the body and the mind inside these spaces, which are meant to be spaces of freedom, right? Not spaces of control. So it's a comment.
Clementine, I wonder, if we can take it as a comment, please, but something we can all ponder as a team later on in the discussion, if that's okay. So, Denai, over to you, if you have a question or a comment as well.
Yeah, actually, it's a bit related to what Clementine was saying, and it's a question to Christina. Thank you both for your papers, and thank you, Christina, for your really cool post-structuralist paper too. I love that you, maybe for the first time in this conference, you brought the topic of capitalism, and you mentioned the situation of this modern art museums in which art is subordinated to the business. And these days, and actually during the last years, I began to develop this skepticism, towards this idea of decolonization that was talked a lot yesterday. You showed the Malva Museum in Buenos Aires. They hosted a decolonization exhibition on 2016. And it's something, I don't know, white people in Europe are fascinated about. It's in universities. It's maybe fair to say that it's a concept that is mainstream now, or at least is going to be in the mainstream so soon. So I wonder if in this context of business, museums owned by businessmen, just like the museum in Buenos Aires or the other places you showed, do you think there's a topic that it is impossible to grasp, since the colonial tragedy and criminality, it seems to be fair. It seems to be like, I don't know, now it's kind of addressable. However, I don't know, I don't see other topics maybe covered in the museums, like maybe more related to matters of capitalism, of north-south domination that are maybe closer to us in chronologically, I guess, just chronologically. Maybe Rancière has some ideas on that. Am I being too cynical? I don't know.
Thank you. Can I just remind us that the two cases we had earlier this morning, VAC Foundation Garage, are also private institutions based on private capital. This is kind of a broader context. This also sounded to me like a comment, an invitation for a kind of a general debate. Do we have another comment or question to make at this stage? Nope. Can I ask you then, Doga and Christina, just maybe take a minute to respond, or maybe phrase something else, or join in the debate? Just how you wish to do it.
Okay, I will start by responding first to Clementine, because what she mentioned seems to me closer to maybe to Tony Bennett theory on museums, because Tony Bennett is starting from Foucault, from this theory of the panopticon, in which surveillance is positioned from a position of both it is both hidden but surveilling in the same time. So it is retreating in a way to a position from where it can surveil. But Tony Bennett thinks that museums are both mechanism of exposure and of surveillance. They implement both mechanism of display, but also mechanism of structuring behavior. And well, this idea was taken even further with some theories from the 70s. For example, Robert Smithson, who says that museums can be constituted as prisons, referring again to Foucault and his analysis of the institution of the asylum, of the prison, because museums are just neutral spaces, white walls on which you can, I don't know, to make a connection with what you said, to expose goods, which can be bought, consumer goods. But however, what Tony Bennett is saying is that museums could not be spaces of confinement if they orient themselves to research. So through research, through opening up museum, to connecting with institutions, with academies, with research laboratories, with other types of institutions that conduct research, they open up, and they are not spaces of disciplinary confinement, but open spaces open to research and collaboration. Okay, I think I took too long.
Sorry. You okay? Well, thank you very much for your papers and for the discussion. So before we just break now, let me say that we will continue with 2 more sessions this afternoon. There's a general panel and then a launch of a Russian translation of Clementine Delisse's book, Metabolic Museum. May I also say that the event is supported by Garage Museum of Contemporary Art, which has a grant system to support research called Garage TXT, right? And also the Garage Journal, which has a program of grant support for independent and young career researchers, which you can find on our website. And also occasionally there's a QR code appearing on this slide as well. And if you want to talk to us about those things, we can do that over the break. Thank you very much, and see you in a bit. It's what, 3:30, right? That we are studying here. Okay. See you later.
Что-то он работает вообще?
Hi,
На
does this
последний...
mic work at all? It doesn't. Well, it should.
А так тоже не работает.
Does it work this way?
Работает?
It does.
На последней панели нашей конференции...
Welcome to the final panel session of our conference dedicated to the research function of an updated, renewed museum of the present. It doesn't matter what museum we talk about. A reminder, please wear your face masks, otherwise we will be heavily criticized. This is something I must say instead of lofty thoughts. As we conceived this conference and the title and topic of a new edition of the Garage Journal, each of us considered the various areas of this topic, and we can clearly see how it breaks down into several areas, like ontology of the present-day museology. We talked about methods of research, how research should be done with the help of the museum, via the museum, at the museum. We talked about the typology examples that the museum environment of the present gives us. This was the place of research. And finally, this brings us to the question, who is the researcher, the museum directors, the curators of various museums, art scientists, researchers, representatives of natural sciences, technical sciences, academicians. And we point out that the list of research papers doesn't end here. It's far wider than that. So in this final panel session, we did our best to convene representatives of various communities who will help us to take a closer look on the research field. We have a professional social scientist who studies the borderline areas between art and social science, Margarita Kuleva from the Higher School of Economics, HSE. And we have a team of researchers working on the inclusive aspects of museum activities, working with those who have a hearing impairment, audience with impaired hearing. This is a different language than that in which the museum communicates with the public. We have artists from Moscow and Minsk, Belarus. The title is triple E, triple F, EEE, FFF. They came over yesterday to take part in this event. Nikolai Spesivtsik-Sinezhuk, who will deliver a performative lecture touching upon challenging conflict-prone archives. It's a surprise even for us as we discuss this performative lecture in writing. So we wait with impatience for all the speakers to attend. And the first speaker will be Margarita Kuleva. It's my privilege to welcome you. It's been a long history of cooperation. Back then, in 2015, we analyzed our database. Natasha Tarasova covered this yesterday, so I give the floor to Margarita Kuleva from St. Petersburg. Dear friends, yes, that's me. I work at the Higher School of Economics, HSE. I'm based in St. Petersburg. You see now the title of my presentation here. I will voice this. Toward a new theory of the field of art through field practice, why do museums need social science of art? The so-called weeds of enlightenment. Here you can see the main character of this topic. It's not Rancière, it's a fig from the museum. So we would like to focus on those who create meanings, who direct the museum-based discourse. We would like to focus on those creatures who are there, who are more than present physically. Probably in our optics, at times we exclude these agents. To start off, I would like to start with this guy here, who is among those who shaped the discourse in which a number of art studies still exist. That's really a pleasure seeing quotes from him made by colleagues of mine. Pierre Bourdieu. I placed a quote in English. There is still no Russian translation. If we were to retell the story close to the original, Bourdieu points out that the social science and art do not make good bedfellows. That's the fault of art and artists who are allergic to everything that offends the idea they have of themselves. The universe of art is a universe of belief in gifts, in the uniqueness of the uncreated creator. The social scientist is someone who, just as Voltaire expelled kings from history, wants to expel artists from the history of art. We can talk about some social patterns in art that account for the success achieved by artists, that explain why a specific form of art exists in the framework they have. To conclude, again, the social scientist is someone who, just as Voltaire expelled kings from history, wants to expel artists from the history of art. And this thought is quite radical. 1993. It doesn't seem to be radical, actually, at present. So, this is what our conference shows. External researchers, they pertain more to the academia field. Researchers who position themselves inside a museum, they often speak the very same language. On the one hand, it means there is some movement towards each other. On the other hand, again, it's about the conditions museums exist today. Modern art exists today. Quite probably, one of such conditions is extensive growth of the industry, or if, alternatively, of this field, we can do some maths. According to Lev Manovich's data, we can say that the number of biennales starting from the 1980s increased by an order of magnitude. We can count the number of institutions across the globe. We can count degree programs, formal education programs in various countries of the world. And with this growth of the industry, pre-industrialization of art, what kind of a gift of an artist can we possibly talk about if we think in terms of stock exchange rates and statistics in this attempt to do some calculations? If you have regulars like art price, artifacts, etc. And this is a measure of prestige, like top 100, art review, etc. So it's a rating you might find amusing. So you can visit the website and you can see who became more authoritative in the past, in the years. So, and you can see who got depreciated, who was expelled from this rating. On the other hand, there is a different kind of logic thinking. So it's about social criticism, like the exclusion of women from the history of art, exclusion of a number of countries of the world, representatives of various cultures. Again, this is something that makes art and social science closer to each other, just like suggested by Pierre Bourdieu. And you can ask yourselves this following question: why would I come here if the museum performs beautifully the role of a social scientist in the field of art? To me, it seems that I have to address some criticism and say, quite often, as we are to proceed with some analytics-based discourse, quite often we're struggling to put on a debate, and we're trying to squeeze this debate into cases which do not correspond at all. You can see a case in point. Multiple cases were presented today and yesterday as well. Luckily enough, this conference includes a number of interdisciplinary participants coming from various nations. And I believe social science in the world of art can become a tool of post-colonial criticism for the creation of so-called horizontal concepts that stem not only from Rancière, Foucault. These are concepts that spread and crop out like weed, and they spill out to new countries. Here, hence my concept. This is a pretty much an organic model, I can say so. As we proceed with ethnography, what I'm doing for several years in a row, this is my PhD thesis, this is the topic of my PhD thesis, cultural institutions, ecosystems. They exist as jobs. This observation applies to a dozen of cultural institutions. Mainly these were Britain-based and Russian-based institutions. This is how I switch slides. I'd like to explain myself through this Michael Ash's work. Some of you must have seen this. It is made in the 70s. This is a beautiful gesture. He actually removed a wall separating the room from the back office. This is something very few people see in a museum, those who work there. The fancy, the sterile, the nice, well-lit space in the museum. And the other side, the office space, the back office, only seen by the employees. I like this kind of an approach. I actually doing the same thing. So I support this beautiful disorder that takes place in a museum space. This is how meanings emerge. This is how instances are born and exist. This is something that requires more visibility. This is both the material environment represented beautifully, as well as people who need more visibility. They require more visibility. So I'm trying to pass off myself as a custodian of an ethnography museum. This is a St. Pete-based museum. Colonization is never mentioned in the collection. They decided to skip this one. I think that it's even more interesting. You see the glass windows, you see the exhibits, and it's a pretty long conversation. This is the social scientist speaking on my behalf. More visibility, more voice to the custodians who don't get to have their voice heard so often. We need to take into account cases like this one. Those of you who are residents of Moscow, you must have faced this multiple times. This happened a couple of years ago. So the fun thing about this that the Jewish Museum and the Tolerance Center, they were looking for a waiter who should look like a Slavic person. It might seem terrible, this wording. The Tolerance Center should be the last location to publish a vacancy like this. My question is this. So, we talk about research. Who actually has access? Who has the privilege of being a researcher? Yes, We know that in the case of the Jewish museum, it was a subcontractor. Probably they never knew what the concept of the museum was. And they acted following the rules and institutional mechanisms. There are a number of other cases. From my research practice, I can recall cases where an exhibition would be dedicated to one phenomenon, while the logistics people actually destroy the whole purpose of this exhibition. When museums talk about equality and non-discrimination of women, but what happens behind the scenes, this is something you can see happening, and at times it's quite on the contrary. This is not only about institutional hypocrisy. This is what we saw in the past. The embodiment of a research function. This applies to all departments, starting from the research department and other units like cleaning. Probably some ideas will not work out. So I have 14 minutes. So I would like to proceed with the economy and temporal aspect of the space-time aspect of my research. I would like to speak about two things. This is a metaphor I came to as a result of a series of interviews. They talked about an oasis of research. This is Marina Abramovich. I don't know whether you can see the fine print. It's a promotional video of the Garage Museum as it opened. They say it's a unique island of modern art in Moscow. What's so special about this idea of an oasis, idea of an island? You can start with an aesthetic. You can take a look at the Garage Museum, Strelka MCA. This is indeed a space that is somewhat special. It's outstanding. It does have some restrictions, and it stands out against the background of the urban environment. Some of the respondents highlighted the role of interdisciplinary studies, the role of globalization. The fact that these places seem to be located outside of Russia. Some of the respondents called this as a small piece of Europe in the middle of Russia. They talked about less control of the state. For a number of respondents, that was a fact that this is where they uncover their identity, in terms of their gender, sexual orientation, their ethnic background. etc. This is where they get more freedom. The only thing here that is problematic to me is the huge emotional effort put in, the talent invested in by the people, not only in their work, but in being present at this island. Probably it's impossible to reciprocate this. Some conflicts may arise. These can be very painful situations.
Пойти против институции означало предать этот образ жизни, предать оазис и предать своих друзей, с которыми они работают вместе. Поэтому ситуация отстаивания прав была
So, in this case, this has always been a painful experience with lawyers. This made this a pretty challenging task. Formal, informal agreements reached. Sometimes difficult to tell apart the work life and the beautiful lifestyle they can enjoy in oases like this. As we move forward, I would like to say a few words about the types of work performed by my respondents. A social scientist and scientist, Jacques Rancière, she says that career ladders in the world of art are rather piles of sand, more than a ladder. Every single movement changes the shape of the whole structure. As we can talk about issues of discrimination in the workplace, less opportunities for a certain category of employees, remember this topic. We talk about the so-called glass ceiling. This is a pretty old-fashioned, old term, but actively used. Here I just want to ask the following question. How can we possibly apply this to a modern museum? This is where your career is so fragile. And the model works like this. So you climb and climb further on along this ladder and you hit the glass ceiling. And where does this ceiling lay?
I think we need a different model, and what I suggest is called a diffused pyramid, where moving upward by the ladder can be analyzed by three sections: payment, its visibility or recognition, and the level of creativity which my formats evaluated themselves. And this is also a conceptualization which follows from my field research. And you can see here that in this table, pluses are not everywhere. There are not that many of them. And I think that visibility or recognition is not something that all workers get. Unfortunately, not all jobs are visible enough. The positions here are curator director, an external employee, an accidental creative professional, a technical professional, and an intern. So my belief is that any kind of labor in the museum is creative labor. It has to be visible. It has to be paid for. This is my motto. And here I would like to make a transition to the final part of my talk. It will be performed in a different genre, which we use quite rarely for sociological research, for social research. First of all, I would like to turn to the workshop, which I somehow organized in December 2020. It was an international offline yet workshop in Istanbul, which I taught. Together with my colleagues, I worked on the concept of no future institution. And you can see that that no word is foggy, is blurred. And I think that the cultural production and contemporary art in particular find themselves in an ambivalent and very curious situation where on the one hand the future is here already because digitization happens overnight. Museums are on the front edge of public debate, and I think that museums sometimes even push out universities or take the place of universities and academic institutions. Museums are in the social vanguard, so we are in the future already, and this situation makes me believe it even stronger. At the same time, no future is possible taking into account the pandemic, when we can't even travel, when we can't even plan anything basically for any span of time. Also political restrictions, which are also related with the pandemic. And this is a kind of a situation where we don't have any future. We are in the future already. And here I want to turn to the final part of my paper. It is important for me to announce that the work I'm going to show you in a second will be presented next week. It will be presented at the foundation platform. That's a great pleasure for me. That's one of the first pieces which will be indexed by NFT. The indexation will happen the next week. And at the same time, it's my research in social science and an enterprise where I incorporate physics, maths, biology. I don't know many pieces, many works in the humanities and social sciences which follow the same track. This is what the work looks like. The back office manifesto towards no future institutions. And now, if I manage, I will read out the Russian version of my manifesto. I have 3 minutes for that. That's perfect. It consists of 9 points, which you can see on the screen. Back office institutions. No future institutions don't control any physical, given or digital territory. No future institutions have no gatekeepers or guards. Point 2. Future institutions or no future institutions are open environments. The contribution of all human and non-human agents, including museum cats and plants, are equally valuable. No future institutions sometimes die, but we will remember them. No future institutions proclaim an aesthetic equally between works of art and all the required documentation. For this purpose, no future institutions create an open institutional archive accessible to everyone. In no future institutions, everyone is a researcher. Actually, I wrote it in May, when I didn't even know about this conference, so this is a happy coincidence, synchronization. There are seminar rooms and a big datorium there. No future institutions speak different languages upon request. Courses can be organized. Employees of no future institutions are hired according to merit. They can change their professional identity as they wish at any moment. And the final point, no future institutions reserve the right to interruptions, delays, changes in schedule, and lectures. If more time is required, it is worth waiting. This is it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a brilliant talk. So I suggest that if you have any questions, please keep them till the end of the session, till the end of the panel. And now we're going to turn to the next speaker. I mean, even the manifesto written by a social scholar in May 2021, even if this manifesto says about the endless number of languages that can be used for researching contemporary art and museum studies, then the next talk will be a great illustration of the point made in the manifesto. I'm happy to welcome Lyudmila Luchkova on stage, as well as Vadim Kimmelman and Valeria Vinogradova. They will talk about the role of contemporary museum and initiating research in the deaf community. They will be talking about inclusion in museums. Welcome. Hello, everyone. My name is Luda. My colleagues will join us online, so we will have a hybrid kind of talk. I would like to begin with the words of gratitude. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. This week is the International Week of Sign Languages and deaf communities all around the world, so it's a great pleasure and honor for me that we're going to share today our research that deals with visibility and language diversity of the deaf community. So let's begin with the presentation. Sorry, are my colleagues online? Let's double check that they're here before I begin. Sorry, I'm afraid we're not connected yet. So I represent the inclusion department that has been operating in Garage since 2015. When we launched this department, the aim was to engage the deaf community and co-create events with different communities, not just deaf community, but also people with other kinds of disabilities and non-disabled people too. We have Vadim Kimmelman and Valeria Vinogradova with us. Finally, we can see them on the screen. Hi guys, I can see you finally. That's great. So today we're going to talk about how museum became this kind of hub for researchers and practitioners. The guys you can see on the screen are researchers. They work in academic communities writing their PhDs. I'm a practitioner, a manager here in Garage. So I will share how we managed to organize extensive research and create a big database. Since we are talking about deaf community in particular, we're going to touch upon sign language extensively. We will explain the context that we work in because it's very important for understanding the topic of interest for today. I can't see the presentation on the screen, but the first slide shows the structure of... here it is. First, we'll talk about sign language and why museums started dealing with it, why museum community needs this research, and as the example, we'll take our research on Russian Sign Language. Then we will explain what our research was about, what results it yielded, and then we will talk about museums re-evaluating audience. Our visitors became our informants and then our co-creators of our research. Russian Sign Language, like other languages, has its own linguistic structure, which is different from verbal languages. When our inclusion department started translating events into sign language, deaf people started coming, started noticing the museum, and the language of the museum changed a lot. Almost all our public programs are translated into sign language, and it is really important for us to see deaf, to employ deaf tour guides and other professionals. Sign language have long been a taboo topic. It didn't interest linguists. It was not recognized officially. I would say that the interest in sign language started to form in 2000s. So it is quite recent that the sign language, the Russian sign language, was recognized officially. We have a lot of socialects and dialects that depend on the location where the user of the language lives, depending on the community they talk in. When we conceived of our research, we realized that Garage actually had a lot of projects that dealt with sign language. For example, we created a vocabulary of contemporary art terms in sign language together with hard of hearing and deaf visitors. We collaborated with deaf families, and we have long been co-creating with them. And when we started thinking about research, we decided to turn to these communities to understand what their interests were. Our audience was the first initial point for our research. The second initial point was that Garage regularly hosts Triennale of Contemporary Art, which happens every 3 years and shows local artists, Russian artists from different regions of our country. And we wanted to allow deaf community to contribute to the academic activity of the Garage Museum. We wanted to gather representatives of the deaf community from all around Russia to understand whether the sign language differed all around different regions of Russia, because this topic has not been researched before. Now we'll pass the mic to my colleagues who are linguists. They were inspired with this project. We wanted to sort out the vocabulary that deaf visitors use, that they operate. And the aim of our program is also to popularize sign language. It's our long-term inclusion agenda, which of course informs our research. Now I'll pass the mic over to Vadim. He will talk about the research itself. Hello, thank you. Can you hear me? And I think you can see me, but I can't see the slides in this configuration. It would be great if I could see the slides as I talk, if that's possible. Or you won't show the slides as I talk. It's not part of our plans, unfortunately. Let's wait for the tech department to sort it out. I can begin talking if you can at least hear me. So my part of the talk is about the linguistic aspect of our research. As for variability in sign language, it's a topic that has been extensively researched in other countries for the past 10 years. Sign languages, like verbal languages, can be very different, and they depend on social linguistic factors. There are very different options of sign languages in different regions. Also, the age of the speaker, the gender of the speaker can influence the version of the sign language they talk. But there are also, apart from the extra linguistic factors, there are other factors that influence the way people speak. For example, their family, whether their parents are deaf or not, school they went to, because most of deaf children live in the families with hearing adults, and they don't have the chance to learn the sign language the way the children with verbal languages learn their language from the parents, adopting from the parents. They learn sign language normally in schools, and that it also influences the version of the language they talk. I can see the slides appearing and then disappearing. Okay, anyway, I'll keep talking. This kind of research, like the ones I mentioned, they exist. All of this data is available for languages of other countries, but as for the Russian Sign Language, almost no research has been made. The only thing we know is that there is a difference between Moscow and St. Petersburg versions of the Russian Sign Language. Also, there was research about the Siberian or the New Siberian version of sign language, but no extensive research has been made. This is why we decided to undertake such research, and we wanted to focus on the variability of sign language all around Russia, but to limit our research somehow, we decided to focus on particular linguistic topics. Yes, thank you. Now I can see the presentation. Here is our method of research. We gathered data online for clear reasons. First of all, we did all of this during the pandemic when everything happened online, and we wanted to communicate with informants, with respondents from all around Russia, and we didn't want to travel all around Russia to cut the expenses. So we coded a website where the native speakers of sign language could record their videos, and then we analyzed the videos. As for the topics, they were colors, family relationship, numbers. This is the framework we borrowed from other research that was happening abroad, research of other sign languages. Here are the numbers. 679 people started filling out the form, and 279 people made 2 or more videos on themselves, and as a result we collected more than 19,000 videos, and every video can have a few versions of every sign. So we have many more versions of signs than that. That's a huge database we have, and we haven't analyzed it yet. We asked the native speakers to record the signs. We also asked them questions about their age, gender, place of birth, places of residence, to establish geographical variability. We asked questions about the schools they went to, age when they started learning sign language, and whether they had deaf and hard of hearing family members. As I said before, these are very important factors for the variability of sign language. Now on the screen you can see a video. It was shown to the research participants. It explains the purpose of research and what we ask the participants to do. Every piece of information that we published on the website was translated into sign language. This website had to be in a different place, sorry. Okay, that doesn't really matter. Now, very, very shortly, about the social linguistic characteristics of the participants. Here you can see the distribution of age groups for our participants, and as you can see, the spectrum is quite broad. We did not have participants older than 60, and most of the participants are younger than 30. It's not a surprise because we gathered data online. Also, our selection of respondents is not quite balanced. This is not a balanced sample because 65% of the respondents were women. As for geographical distributions, most of the participants were from Moscow, St. Petersburg, and other big cities in Russia. 10 from Ryazan and none from Novosibirsk. But if you normally we have around 1 or 2 participants from one town or city besides the capitals. That means that we can't study the variability of sign language inside of towns and cities, only for the 2 capitals of Russia, St. Petersburg and Moscow, where we had more respondents. More than half of the participants have some deaf relatives, family members, and that means that they are native speakers, native signers. On one hand, our sample is not representative. We can't claim to have a representative sample of native signers from all around Russia, but it's not realistic taking into account the methodology we chose for collecting data. But it's important that with all socio-geographical parameters, we managed to include enough of variability in data. And our database shows enough variability for interesting linguistic research. Now I want to pass the mic to Valeria. Lera, we have 5 minutes left, so maybe just to reiterate why we undertook this project. We organized a 3-day-long public workshop where native signers communicate with linguists and organize their own micro research. They introduced their hypotheses and tested them. It helped us bridge the gap between researchers and researchees. We follow the trend of museum being place of encounter. We believe that native signers can make a huge contribution to the research process. For example, we can test very interesting hypotheses and we can invent very interesting hypotheses with their help. Since we have quite a big database, we could test different hypotheses on the spot. For example, we could see how a certain sign differs for different schools in Moscow. The workshop participants were the first to be granted access to the open database itself. We made the database open. You can see the results. You can filter the results. You can add different research parameters. So this is the wrong slide. Sorry, I'm going back to the slide that was in the wrong place. This is what that database looks like. In the search field, you can type the sign you're interested in, and you will see all the videos with the sign recorded by our participants. Here's what it looks like. This is how it is shown on the screen, and then you can filter the videos by different parameters. For example, the city. Yeah, and these are native signers from all around Russia that voluntarily helped us in this research. Exactly, and this database is accessible openly, and it has been the foundation for 3 research papers published in 3 different countries, including Norway and the UK. Thus, the Grush Museum offered a platform for linguists and native signers to work together. This research promotes the prestige of sign language. The museum also became an interaction platform for native signers and researchers. This collaboration is quite difficult to organize, taking into account that many researchers do not speak sign language. And the feedback from the participants was quite valuable, both from hearing and non-hearing. Students said that before that event, they felt like they were isolated in the academic bubble. Other participants were amazed with the fact that one can do a micro research in just an hour. It can be successful, founded, and some of the participants even said that they started to view sign language quite differently, not just as an everyday phenomenon, but as a rich and complex language worth researching. In this project, audience became informants and then co-authors and researchers, and museum embraced those interested in linguistics, professional linguists, and the deaf community. They were all gathered in a framework of one and the same project. We believe that such endeavors that engage different categories of audiences is very valuable for museum work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, seems like we made it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your work and for the talk which you made collectively. And also thank you very much for the contribution you make. Thank you very much for broadening the community of the Grush Museum. It's surprising, but language turns out to be one of the key instruments. It's the real mediator between different communities, and it is researching. It is language research that the next narrative will be about. It will be presented by a collective from Rome and Ankara. Unfortunately, Nadia Kanata, who was going to join us online, will not be present. So the speakers will be Maya Wellington-Gartan and Margaret Sonmes. The topic of their talk is Eurotales and the Diffusium, a radical approach to language research within communities. The participants will join us online.
Okay, I just wanted to say that, yeah, we're sorry that Nadia isn't joining us. I will actually present the paper, and Margaret, who is in Ankara, I'm in Florence, is is available, and we will both be available to answer questions. So, since all models of language are at least somewhat reductive, we've sought to build a research and community museum of European voices from the bottom up by gathering fragmentary manifestations of language across time and space, and in this way allowing language in use to deconstruct or at least destabilize pre-existing notions of language. Once language is understood as usage, it becomes evident that no community is ever monolingual. Languages are products of cultures, contexts, identity negotiations, and the drift of time. They coexist in individuals and communities, whether spatially gathered or dispersed across different territories. Europe, which we conceive in the broadest possible of senses, is the product of incessant travels and transits, movements of people, things, and languages. It invites a museological representation that mirrors the complexity of its shared linguistic inheritance. Eurotales, a museum of the voices of Europe, is a multimodal museum that is being developed as a website, knowledge base, interactive exhibition laboratories in Rome and Ankara, pop-up exhibitions around Europe with partner institutions, and a field app, which is associated with tangible elements, objects, and sites testifying to the lives of languages. It is this latter which we call the diffuseum, and which is the topic of our talk today. The diffuseum is conceived to avoid, to the maximum extent possible, any discourse of authority regarding the conceptualizations of language and of space. Together, the entire Eurotales project embraces both a digital and concrete ecomuseum characterized by fluidity and adaptability of research materials and visitor choices. In this presentation, we will discuss the diffuseum's research design through examples of tangible objects that display the intangible shared culture of language. We will also reveal how this radically diffused digital and interactive museum format is conceptually and methodologically encouraging of the broadest base techniques and objects of research. It is a museum of particulars that speaks to the authentic and individual ways in which people relate to their world through languages. The diffuseum's building blocks are traces, that is, documentation of the life of languages linked to any monument, place, object, surface, constructed space, painting, inscription, anything really that may serve to document or retrace the histories of language cultures. Language traces illustrate the deep and complex relationship between tangible objects and their intangible significance. They represent, in essence, what we might call the linguistic dimension of place and material culture. Traces may be visited on our website or in person by users of our Diffuseum app that links the visually displayed items and their explanations to GPS coordinates of the objects. In this way, the whole of Europe becomes the site for our diffused museum. The signage that you see here on this small shop in Ankara, for example, displays different types of language mixing. The shop's customers are Turkish-speaking, with some Arabic or Kurdish-speaking construction workers. The words and phrases are in Turkish, French, German, and English, but not in Arabic or Kurdish, and they are all meaningful. Attempts to explain this signage linguistically or communicatively will be unsatisfactory unless the material, commercial, and social factors, that is, the community of users, are considered. Through the diffuseum, we are seeking to document how the often silenced voices of languages embedded in physical places and monuments can be analyzed together with their specific material context, encouraging the collaboration of art historians, and I'm an art historian, cultural anthropologists, linguists, and the visiting public. Language traces comprise a variety of types, including memorials and labels, inscriptions, graffiti, speaking objects, ephemeral writings, and votive offerings. The most numerous traces come from inscriptions. Writings placed on objects for posterity, such as the earliest historically dated inscribed stone in Ireland, an 8th century monument positioned in a pre-Christian context, which uses the Roman alphabet for an Old Irish dedication prefixed by what may or may not be an abbreviated Latin phrase. Is it meant as a material form of exorcism of its pagan history? The inscription indicates the choice of one written form over another, and perhaps the functional bilingualism or diglossia of early clerical Irish Christianity. A different type of testimony is offered by objects that transit with people, as in the titulus of the Holy Cross preserved in Rome. It is written in Hebrew, Latin, and Greek. All of these languages are written from the right to the left, suggesting that it may be the work of a Hebrew scribe. But the question is, what kind of memory is it a vehicle for? Is it a vehicle for the memory of the suffering of Christ, the presence of Jerusalem and Rome, of the Crusades, of the linguistic variety of ancient society, of the imbrication of medieval holy relics with writing? Some places like Rome preserve an unusually impressive array of inscriptions. There we find numerous varieties of Latin and Italian, but also Corsican, French, English, German, many Slavonic languages, including evidence of languages not documented elsewhere. Extraordinary, for example, is the wealth of medieval inscriptions in Rome, but also scattered around the European territories, of pre-modern vernaculars, of which we don't even have a name and are at a high risk of dispersion. Brief legends on coins, for example, remain the best written traces of 1st and 2nd century Gaulish and British Celtic languages. A second important category of traces is the type of inscription called the graffito. Graffiti are testimonies of public writing produced more or less spontaneously and without the control of the authorities. And for this reason, they carry a very high rate of evanescence. Ancient examples that survive often do so because of the exceptional nature of the site that hosts them. A city like Pompeii, for example, or, as in this case, the surface of a prized ancient sculpture that actually holds an 11th century Norse runic inscription decoratively etched by Scandinavians onto the chest and thighs. And this actually happened when the statue was situated at the port of Piraeus, but then it was moved subsequently to Venice. Other graffiti may be found on paintings, such as a graffito on a fresco of Comodilla in the Roman catacomb, datable to the 9th century, and considered to be one of the first traces of the vernacular in Italy, that is, the proto-history of Italian. Hundreds of inscriptions were left in pilgrimage sites throughout Europe, extending all the way to Jerusalem. In the Roman catacombs, between the 7th and the 9th century, pilgrims left traces in Greek, Old English, Franconian, Gothic, Lombard. Some of these use runic forms. Other graffiti may be traces of less holy voices. For example, the scars left by the Landesknecht in the Vatican rooms. These present the memory, of course, of a wound, of a sort of screaming and destruction that was the sack of Rome in May of 1527. A third category is that of intangible traces with no writing, including speaking objects and oral traditions. Tommaso da Celano records that the crucifix of St. Damien admonished St. Francis to rebuild his church. You see this on the left, the crucifix. And these directives are embedded in this object's long history. A much lesser known crucifixion in San Domenico, Naples, shown on the right, spoke to St. Thomas Aquinas near the end of his life, assuaging his self-doubt. He said, "Bene scripsisti Toma di me." While these crucifixes partake of a class of miraculous speaking images, other objects speak directly through affiliated slips of paper. The eroded and broken statue of a warrior, dubbed Pasquino after it was set up in Rome in 1501, addressed and actually sometimes still addresses contemporaries through attached notes containing epigrams, political satires, and other commentaries. And in fact, one of the laboratory experiments at Eurotales in Sapienza represents a modern Tower of Babel, and it elicited parallel response from visitors. You see some examples here. Similar practices occurred around tombs, including the projected tomb site of the great poet Dante, and some of those texts are preserved. An idea of this practice can be had from the images of ex voto notes, another mode in which language is associated with objects. And here you see a painting by Lorenzo Lotto, which shows that kind of situation from the 16th century. Deficciones, or folded metal tablets inscribed with curses, found all over the ancient world, also affixed language to those places. Here you see an example of one of those. Now, of course, not all deficciones contained inscriptions. One of them, found in a 4th century merchant ship that sank off the coast of Cyprus, represents a silent attestation to what is normally an utterance-based act, because it actually has no writing inside of it. And so the question is, was the cursor illiterate? While oral myths and narrations can leave their traces in material objects, oral names become toponyms for places such as Monte Testaccio in Rome. This actually derives from the Latin testi, blended with Italian Monte de Cocci, and both terms actually mean potsherds, which were essentially the building materials of that hill. Other toponyms record words from otherwise lost languages. A small rise in the south of England is called Torbury Hill. This name enshrines 3 different words from 3 different languages spoken at different times. All 3 words mean hill. Tor is from Celtic British. Berry came into Old English from North Germanic, and hill came into Old English from West Germanic somewhat later. Why use hill if Berry was still understood? In fact, a name like this documents the sequential loss of languages, even while preserving their forms. Our Museum of the Voices of Europe is a place of exchange, but also a research hub in the making that expands and derails established methods in the historical and anthropological study of language communities. In essence, we seek, in part, to erase the distinction between knowledge and non-knowledge as conceived by this conference, by revolutionizing the parameters by which we define language and community. It is expected that the cumulative input of our knowledge base will complicate existing interpretive models of languages in Europe, one, by focusing attention on the precise geography and transits of both individual and collective voices. Two, by enhancing the interpretation of individual linguistic expressions associated with physical objects and places. And three, by embracing the mutual dynamics of oral and written traditions. Thank you, and see you in Rome.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Я еще раз с удивлением убедилась, насколько трансдисциплинарными становятся наши
of how interdisciplinary our practices become. I mean, we don't talk about artworks as separate objects anymore. Our discourse includes very different practices, including analysis, including linguistic research. Our next speakers will be artists themselves. From Eve group, I'm not sure that I pronounced the name right. Dina Zhuk and Nikolai Spasivtsev. And I'm looking forward to their talk, or rather, it's not a talk really, it's a performative lecture. As you know, the garage does not have any collection, but the core of what it does is the documentary archive, which is kept in its walls. So they are going to give a kind of a performative lecture called An Archive That Is Out of the Place, Self-Made Temporality, and the Memory of Infrastructure. The lecture will be accompanied with a 3D journey, if I understand it right. Okay, please welcome. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you also for the invitation. By the way, can you hear me? What you are going to see now will not be the academic format you are all used to. We will go through a computer-based exercise, which will include 3D and other kinds of materials, and they're all based on a memory training program. Going through the exercises will be accompanied with our reflection about practices beyond and before museum, sometimes their impossibility, the infrastructure of memories through different modes of temporality, and about whether we can speak about strategic forgetting, and if so, then who forgets and how they do that. In the program, we have uploaded our materials and also found materials which are related to the structure of solidarity in Belarus. We collaborated with the famous gaming company that designs a tank game and the disappeared archives from one of the portals and the dotted memory of the bodies that take part in protests. So by launching this program, we are wondering whether a strike of interfaces or a field strike can be productive, and if so, how can it be thought of? This is the interface of the program, which we are reusing. By choosing the buttons in the interface, which you will see again, hard, good, easy, we will build this narrative live. And good luck to the interpreters.
Присоединился к стачке до победы. Отказался получать сменное задание и присоединился к стачке. Сидячая забастовка студентов. И завод пустой. Рабочие не пришли на смену.
Sorry, they're not sourcing the sound to the interpreters. We will try to sort out the technical issues now.
Одними из первых в стране. Еще в 00:10. Сейчас они находятся в цехе и просто общаются.
Now they're just in the shop, just talking. We have new people. One more person joins the strike. Wargaming? Do you do it for the first time? I go there every day. Here by the metro there is a fish place. Well, what do you say? Do you think you can become a coder when you're 40? Are there 40 years old programmers, or do they all become start-uppers at the age of 33? We go through traffic jams. In general, I think that Belarus is the country of people who would like to become programmers and coders. And as one my friend says, we are all programmers wanna be. They say that Wargaming is such a big company that every third graduate of the state Belarus universities employed there, even unemployed, see in their dreams vocational trainings in coding. Turning off the internet turned us off from outsourced distributed work. There are no more eager voices on the other side of the screen. Agile methods of team management can be forgotten, at least for an uncertain period of time. Programmers don't have any assembly point in the city, so the forms of protests are either distributed or tied to their localities, courtyards, and districts. The composition of labor in IT is not labor freezing. This is interstructural acceleration, supporting the infrastructure of solidarity, designing platforms, maps, apps, to share the information about your location in case you're stopped by the police, drawing, making up the blacklist of those supporting the regime, building up the network of solidarity and supporting those who left the structures of domination and suppression. We wanted to talk about the archive beyond museum, about practices that are its content. As we talk, we want to focus on what these practices are. If the practices are there, then there are practitioners. And that means that archives are not spheric entities in vacuum, but they inform temporalities and narratives that people weave together and share with each other with certain tools. The first thing we want to talk with you today about is taking care of narrative infrastructures, taking care of temporality infrastructures. For that, we will try to talk at the same time about infrastructures and temporalities at the same time. To do so, let's turn to the logistics and to how logistic flows inform contemporary structures of domination. Dominating temporalities that many of us are immersed into depend on global logistic flows and their infrastructures. They are part of materiality of the narratives which we share about ourselves and others. We don't want to look at this question through the very understandable prism of management, where it becomes clear that infrastructure that's something that has to be invisible, that infrastructure just has to operate. It is clear from this viewpoint that infrastructure has to be outsourced to maximize the profit and to minimize the losses. We want to take another standpoint, that of care, something that is born out of inconvenience and against the neoliberal paradigm that squeezes out resources from people whose survival depends on the infrastructure. In this paradigm, infrastructure is something that has to be taken care of, something that is taken care of together, and it becomes common good. Common because many people are interested in it. So this is something that many people take care of. And here we have to focus on who cares and how this care is organized. To understand better the points we have just made, let us turn to the experience of a strike. A strike is a radical way of stopping the functioning of infrastructure understood through the prism of logistics and efficiency. We are not going to talk now about strikes as the way of stopping production and the workers requiring political change, although this is also very important and requires maximum support of all of us. Now we want to focus on what is born out of the freed resources, the free time of those who decided to go on strike. A strike cuts the line of support and supply of the logistics chain of domination, and thus dissolves the dominating temporality structures. Now, let us consider how this rupture is important for those who broke or who is breaking the infrastructure right now. What does this infrastructural rupture give the strikers? Our point is it gives resources for them to weave different infrastructures and to take care of what is the infrastructure of solidarity. If we look at infrastructures of temporality at the point of rupture of logistical chain of supply, then we can talk about something own being born. The strikers set up the ground for new infrastructures, for new systems of care. Here we need to talk about operations that are worthy and that are capable of creating one's own infrastructures in the conditions of a strike. These operations could also support untimely archives, and they can be capture, reuse, poisoning, infecting, injecting, singing a lullaby, and weaving.
Быть со всеми на короткой ноге, следовать за
Being
нежностью
close to
коридоров
everyone,
твоей
follow the
компании.
gentleness of the corridors of our company, igniting the imagination, not letting go of the thought, not for not against being inside the anomaly of corridors, the mutation of relationships, polyamory with the glowing screen, emotion that is homeless. It does not belong to anyone. It is inside of many bodies. Blurred collaborative work. Unclear, obscure, foggy, cloudy, ghostly, blurry, cloud-like, cloud-formed, fog-like. A company that gets additional benefit from screen time has to force the users to act together inside of the program. Here is the most important information is when I'm shown the content from other users to force me to answer, to launch another cycle of capturing attention. In 2007, the decision was made to close the airport Minsk 1 to build on that site of around 330 hectares a new neighborhood. In 2012, the airport stopped serving passenger flights. Since 2015, all commercial flights were stopped. Airport Minsk 1 stopped its operation. Minor aviation moved to other airports. The building of the ticket offices, constructed in 1976 by the end of 2000s, began to be used as a shopping mall, and in 2017 it was all demolished. The existing building of the airport, built in 1957, will be preserved as an architectural heritage site. Partial constant attention. The way we surf, the way we look in multiple directions at once, instead of being fully absorbed by one task. Linda Stone states that it contradicts the unison, and in this case, the collectiveness can give birth to multiple forms of objects and processes. Partial continual attention can be considered by Cathy Davidson, for example, in her book, Now You See It, as the digital skill to survive and as a useful tool to navigate the complex world. Speaking about one's skills, we never get drawn to a single object or to the unison sound. Rather, it's about navigating the complex, not being in the bubble, but breaking the bubbles through uniting with others who can see the things that we miss. Centralized, solitary attention gives birth to blind spots, which are filled with possible dangers and joys, which can be left unseen. Most likely you want to hear an example now of what I said before. This example would be reuse one of the biggest archives of code in the world, GitHub. A couple of words about storages of code. Logistic chains are based on code, and code has to be stored somewhere to organize the production of big distributed teams. This is why special programs were invented that organize special archives, very well organized, and set up to manage different versions of program code from different locations on Earth. That means that the storages have tools for extensive use and change of program code. The result of this work are programs that form the basis of logistic chains. Together with code, these storages also store meta information, who changed what at what point, and also comments from the author of change. Now, I will read parts of text from one of the repositories on the GitHub platform. This is an excerpt from the recommendations for those who fill out the archive of the events that happened in Belarus in autumn 2020. So, GitHub timeline, title, how to work with archives. A subsection, why GitHub? Clone of the repository in GitHub means a full backup of all information and its history. The more participants, the more it is impossible to destroy this information. We reject our own hosting because we don't want to leave the trace and we don't want to be tracked. We don't create just a website because we don't set the goal of monopolizing anything. Everything belongs to everything. You can use all the data for any purpose with any end. This is just a repository of this information for as broad public as possible. Here are the comments from the timeline. Connecting to the internet, 9th of August, plus references in the archive. Thinking Ton 65 is the user who did it on the 18th of October 2018, adding references to the reference by Thinking Ton 65, 18th of August 2020. A list of lines and instructions for the section about cutting off the internet. Change made by Thinking Time 65, 18th of August 2020. Update history cinema.md. Change introduced by 9ch on the 8th of September 2020. Changed donation into table form. Change introduced by the user 202089 on the 5th of September 2020. Move Telegram stickers to another repository. Change introduced by the user Vasya or Vasya on the 3rd of September 2020. Update effectiveness of lipids.md. Change introduced by the user Vasya or Vasya on the 31st of August 2020. Update Telegram Black Book. Change introduced by the user NileCH on the 30th of August 2020. Edit Fake. Change introduced by Vasya or Vasya, 29th of August 2020. Add a fake by Vasya or Vasya, 29th of August 2020. And here, I would like to go back to the methods that one can use to weave inconvenient archives. We parasite on the protocols of creating program code. Thus, the archive is woven with the same tools that are used to create logistic chains that suppress the population. Why do I repeat the word domination and suppression? This code is used to support programs that uses people for maximum efficiency by squeezing out resources out of them. When we use the same repositories for different ends, we emancipate the tools of suppression. What feelings do you feel when you look at these empty windows? A year ago, people used to do motor racing here. A year ago, there was no traffic lights covered with black tape. There used to be take-off line here. Turning off the internet turned off the outsourced distribute work that we are used to. There are no more eager voices on the other side of the screen. The agile methods of team management can be forgotten, at least for time unknown. Programmers do not have any gathering places in the city, so the forms of protest are either by distance or are located where they are courtyards and districts. The composition of labor in IT is not labor freezing, it's infrastructural acceleration, supporting the infrastructure of solidarity, designing platforms, maps, apps, to pass on the information to one's family members and friends if one is stopped by police, blacklisting those who support the regime, platforms for the financial aid of the systems of solidarity, and supporting those who left the structures of suppression. Ryanair FR 4978 enters the Belarus space.
And that bomb can be activated over Vilnius.
Roger that, stand by.
Ryanair 1 Tango Zulu, and for security reasons, we recommend you to land and inform Mike Sierra.
The bomb threat message, where did it come from? Where did you find the information about it from?
Ryanair 1 Tango Zulu, stand by please. Ryanair 1 Tango Zulu.
Go ahead.
Ryanair 1 Tango Zulu, airport security staff informed they received email.
Roger. Was it Vilnius airport security staff or from Greece?
Ryanair 1 Tango Zulu, this email was shared to several airports.
Ryanair 1 Tango Zulu again. This recommendation to divert to Minsk, where did it come from? Where did it come from a company? Did it come from departure airport authorities or arrival airport authorities?
Ryanair 1 Tango Zulu, this is our recommendation.
Можем ли мы говорить об архиве, который плетет темпорально здесь
Can we
сейчас?
speak about the archive that is being woven here and now, or the archive only follows the events that happen? How distanced is our view of the archived event, and what can an archive look like when we archive not the past, but what is happening here and now? Can archive be faster than events? What is self-made temporality? It is the way that the participants of the event think time and construct the time of their life, which can be different or can be parallel to the linear time. These temporalities emancipate time, return its agency to those who take part in the process without any distanced position. Our example, our speculation, is the long-term protest in Belarus that gives birth to new temporality. We want to call it present-future. It gives birth to the multi-level construction, co-tuning, calibrating, winning over life practices. When you live through something that can be unsuitable for life in the future, when you're trying to construct a different temporality from the practices of domination and control used by the current state. The street is covered in cemented blocks, barricades for the non-existent demonstration. This is where we had to make protests. No cars will go through here, and the policemen will get drowned in the dirt. Exit to the city, not to a residential neighborhood, but to the never constructed city. Shouting, "We are the power here," can be heard all around the block. Being together, being intimate with everyone, following the gentleness of the corridors of one's company, igniting the imagination, not letting go of the thought, not for, not against, being inside the anomaly of the corridors, the mutation of the relationships, polyamory with the glowing screen, emotion that does not have home, that does not belong to anyone. It is inside of multiple bodies. Blurred collaborative work, obscure, unclear, foggy, cloudy, ghostly, obscure, a company that gets the surplus from screen time have to force users to act together on their platforms. The most important knowledge here is when I have to be shown content of other users to capture my screen time, to force me to answer, to launch another cycle of capturing attention.
Я успокаиваюсь, когда я здесь.
I get calmer when I'm here. I think that the revolution will begin with the constructions that never finished, that were never completed. There are 3 or 4 locations that were underfinanced. Even the machines and the equipment were removed. In front of it, there is a spot for children with the Kremlin walls. It harmonizes with the attempts of how the neighboring country colonizes this country. Real estate, real colonization, or maybe just marketing. Have you programmed anything for a family? Me? No. A pause. But my father, even in the times when the internet was virtually non-existent, created a program to calculate the family budget. It was the gift he gave to his wife for wedding. Are you a replaceable employee? Well, they can replace me if they need. They can fire me at any point if they don't like me, but I like thinking of myself as being irreplaceable. Have you thought about opening your own startup? Yes, I did, but 6 months later, my partner forced me out of it and then hired developers from East Ukraine. He's a manager and I'm an IT expert. He later in the interview said that an IT expert makes just for 10% of the cost of the project. As far as I understand, servers, software, disk accumulators, they are all taken away from the platform where they were published. Cutting the access to our servers looks like a reader capture. The archive for 2021 has disappeared. Portal Tut.by, Belarusian information portal, was blocked by the Ministry of Information of the Republic of Belarus on the 18th of May 2021. Technical impossibility to follow fear, to lose the important thing, the impossibility, which is freeing and which makes one come to peace despite all the adrenaline of the situation. The interface of the archive, which cannot be looked through, is just scrolled as a transit area. In this moment, one enjoys the fact that there are a lot of interesting things ahead and one doesn't have to deal with the troubles of the past. Everything you need is in the pinned messages. Here we would like to go back again to that point which we think is important and crucial too: who collects archives, who produces memory, and how. Do these subjects, are these subjects engaged? Engagement in museum building, for example, is our answer to the challenge of museum not belonging to the subjects museified. Now we would like to organize a short poll. We will have 4 questions to the audience here. The first question: please raise your hand if you work with archives. Please raise your hand if you are the archiver. Thank you. Okay, so some of you can actually choose what makes it to an archive. Although only half of you raised your hand, that means that even at this conference, there are not many people in power. Please raise your hand if you construct your archive following your own rules, maybe in your free time. Okay, cool, great. What do you think will happen with your archive after your death? By the way, Kolya and I would need to pay for a website, so we're thinking about finding a grant for like 100 years. Maybe some of you would like to help. The third question, please raise your hand if you get funding for making somebody else's archive, for working on somebody else's archive. Okay. Okay, and the final question, please raise your hand if you feel like you are not admitted into the archive of contemporaneity, that you're on the margins, you're not on board. Please raise your hand if you are on board of the archive of contemporaneity. Ah, okay. Okay, 2 hands from one and the same person.
Pin chat message. Use this method to add a message to the list of pinned messages in a chat. If the chat is not a private chat, the bot must be an administrator in the chat for this to work and must have the can pin messages, admin right in a supergroup, or can edit messages, admin right in a channel. Returns true on success. Parameter type require description. Chat ID. Integer or string, yes. Unique identifier for the target chat or username of the target channel in the format channel username. Message ID. Integer, yes. Identifier of a message to pin. Disable notification, boolean, optional. Pass through if it is not necessary to send a notification to all chat members about the new pinned message. Notifications are always disabled in channels and private chats.
The third floor is completely for the rest of the employees. We have a gym, separate gyms for men and women, changing rooms. There are rooms for aerobics, a billiard room, table tennis, poker, even saunas. Sauna is open since 8 a.m. till 11 a.m. and then since 5 p.m. till 9 p.m. This is to avoid the employees distracting during their work time. Owning, dreaming, destroying, automating, lying, envying, using, wannabe, renting, destroying, using, automating, spending winter, envying, owning, wannabe. I'm in a tank. The tank is in the hall of a 14th store business center. I'm smiling. The tank is small, and the head finally pops out of the tank. While I'm taking photo of, I'm thinking, what will this inspection give us? How can we find out whether dreams of those who work here actually came true of all those who support the world of tanks? Programmers wanna be. That's the phrase I have in my head.
Интерфейс ВКонтакте.
The interface of VKontakte. Now I'm making my choice. I am protesting on the workplace. The horizon is 300 meters. I am pressing stop in capital letters. We all know what criminals do when they feel that they are unpunished. They repeat their crimes every time they are harsher and more cruel. Here, the information is temporary. This is not a place of archivation. If you did not see it now, you will never see it again. The temporality that has grown from the neighboring chats is making contemporaneity actual and relevant, suggesting participation and cooperation here and now. I open the chat that I haven't looked into for a week, and I'm thinking, how can I scroll through these messages fast? How not to get stuck in the logistical challenges of the yesterday. In a moment, the interface of the chat is scrolled for me. The messages get deleted automatically. Some of the interfaces start moving with unhuman speed, flowing by me as blood places in 3D graphs, which you skip as you move beyond locations. The 14th of April, the 18th of May, an empty space between them. The interface holds only to the dates. It's tactical forgetting. What remains is just asynchronized bodies, which remember just random messages, scattered memory of those who observe, read, act, leaning on this asynchronized, very thin layer of now. Our thought, our idea about the archive is about forgetting. Archives are practices of memorizing, solidarizing with the past events, and of course choosing what to express your solidarity with. It's less evident that the archives in the museums and beyond museums have to incorporate the practices of forgetting. Very often such archives are born somewhere where archiving happening on itself, accidentally or automatically, when somebody finds themselves in the situation being written into a nod, which matters not just to this person but to somebody else. Here we want to talk about networks of solidarity just a little. For example, those that act in the context of Belarusian protests, the instruments, the tools, landscapes, and networks would enable people to act in a distributed manner. The distributed action means that the memory is distributed too. It's scattered. It is not linear. It is woven in the nodes with the machines that enable the distribution. So we have the cyborgized practice of weaving narratives about ourselves distributed between multiple machines, the practices of forgetting. The materiality of the body is interwoven with the immateriality of these newly grown organs that enables one to weave temporalities in a distributed manner together. The simplest example, which will be understandable to every one of us, are chats. The chats that many of us are part of. They all have the function of deleting the whole chat or just some messages. If some of the participants of the chat feel danger, then one can look through the history of the chat, go to the memory, and it becomes just as important as deleting the history of the chat, thus to digitally forget. This forgetting is tactical. This tactical forgetting is different from the forgetting which is imposed by the temporalities of violence. It is different from the forgetting which is imposed when you are told to turn the page over. For example, when discourses are claimed to be extremist, the ban on reposting and disseminating information is imposing structured forgetting. On the one hand, we are imposed forgetting, but we do remember. We remember despite all that. But there is also tactical forgetting, which enables to maintain the networks of solidarity and to keep them functioning. Have you ever programmed anything for your family? Me? No. As far as we understand, the service, the software, my country 2020. I'm trying to build a social city. Whatever I build, I'm sad, will not bring profit. A great training for a future startupper. Somebody leaves because in 2 hours protests will begin, a corporate protest without any political claims, a call with the team about the results of this week, how to stop the financial flows and not the process of labor, a quote from the address of the International Game Designers Association.
All of our industry partners, channels and event hosts to avoid engagements with Belarus. We provide assistance to our local game studios and developers to relocate to other countries of their choice. We will advise all other developers and related technology companies to avoid investments and dealings with the Republic of Belarus.
Техническая невозможность пойти на... The technical impossibility to follow fear, to miss something important, is the impossibility that frees, that brings to peace, despite the adrenaline of the situation. The interface of the archive, which cannot be looked through, is scrolled like a transit area. At this point, what emerges is the enjoyment from the fact that ahead of us there are a lot of interesting things, and we do not have to deal with all troubles. We can just look at pinned messages.
The chat is not a private chat. The bot must be an administrator in the chat for this to work and must have the can pin messages, admin right in a supergroup, or can edit messages, admin right in a channel. Returns true on success. Интерфейс ВКонтакта.
The interface of ВКонтакте. Today I'm making my choice. I'm starting the protest on my workplace. The horizon is 300 meters. I'm pressing stop in capital letters. We all know what a criminal does. If they feel that they are unpunishable, they repeat their crimes. Every time they are harsher and more cruel. The third floor completely is about the rest of the employees. There is a separate gym for men, a separate gym for women, changing rooms for men and women. There is a room for aerobics, a billiard room, owning, dreaming, destroying, automating, envying. My country 2020, trying to build a social city. Whatever I build, as I'm told, will not bring profit. A great training for a future startup. Somebody leaves because in 2 hours protests will begin, corporate protests without any political claims. A call with the team about the results of this week. How to stop the financial flows and not the process of labor. A quote from the address of the International Game Design Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For this experience. It's a path across various archive items, entries. Let's gather here. Please also invite the online participants. Let's try and discuss. We are also joined by those guests who participate remotely. This is the final Q&A session to hold. We would like to bring together all the various types of experience we get. Watch your step. I just wanted to summarize this diverse and dense information flow around utopias of non-knowledge in a modern present-day museum. Strangely enough, many of the speakers today focused on two key areas. Or how should I put it, if not the most important ones? It's about communication and digital communication. The social and economic situation of those who are engaged in this process. A process of transdisciplinary nature. This is what a museum is, a museum of natural science, a museum of art, even a museum of armed forces or polytechnic museum. Instead of dwelling on this myself, I would like the audience to ask questions regarding the fourth session. Probably there is some criticism you want to express the ficus plant you showed us earlier. Probably they invest in the formation of communication exchange fields. I would like to also address the part of our team dealing with inclusive projects. Are there any clarification questions? Well, that's surprising. Do we have a question?
You mentioned Pierre Bourdieu and this idea that sociology and art don't make good, bad fellows, giving that, yeah, it's this idea that art exists somehow in a separate field that is not governed by the same rules that the society is governed, and sociology, on the other hand, don't study art just because, just for the art's sake. They study art in order to understand human behavior, and this is the same token that he makes when he differentiates between material capital and symbolic capital, and he's saying that symbolic capital cannot be regulated by the rules of the actual capitalist market, because symbolic capital can only be appropriated as a human resource. So I wanted to ask you here if you think that this new theory of the field that is informed by field practice is outside, can be outside the capitalist world, or is embedded in the capitalist world?
Well, that's a very good question.
Вопрос.
А по-русски надо? Хорошо. Вопрос очень хороший вопрос. И я бы, наверное, хотела соединить свой ответ.
I would like to connect my answer with a compliment to the last presenters. I really like the performance. Indeed, this is actually strongly merged in this capitalist world. What do we call capital? What does it stand for? What shapes does it assume? Be that a currency or a model. With this model, I actually demonstrate that this doesn't come down to the types of capital according to Bourdieu, but rather a museum in a way to expand the capacity of their employees. They often trade in resources which come at no cost. This can be some kind of an emotional reward. This can be work which is less of a routine. This is something that replaces a paycheck. What do we call a capital? Can we actually stay beyond the present day capitalism? Hence the question, where does a museum belong? Where is it located? Here, quite banally, trivially, I would like to refer to a theory that deals with artistic economics. I would like to point out that the modern art is still some kind of a social avant-garde movement, so we can see a lot which is not yet there in other areas. As we make the transition to the final lecture, I thought of peripheral centers and data dissemination and distribution. As a researcher, I it's very difficult for me to tell these two apart. I was very touched by this unfinished airport building, which doesn't actually service any flights, no destination, no passengers, so it's an unfinished residential building. This very much resonates with my apprehensions regarding the first protest to support Alexei Navalny. I wanted to join them, but for various reasons, for some of reasons, I got actually closed down in a district of St. Petersburg referred to as Parnas. The residential block was completed according supplying imperfection. This is a term. This is the apex of imperfection, the summit of imperfection. This is what I can call this district. This political dimension was so active in the center. This is where people build communication, low-tier, low-key schemes, so they couldn't communicate online, so they agreed upon their actions offline, meeting personally. So in the peripheral regions, you have plenty of workout, gymnasiums, gym, beauticians, salons, etc., kindergartens. So politically, I'm there, but I'm located physically 1 hour away from the city center. So, in this sense, I thought of an archive, I thought of centralization. If we are to get back to our topic, museum as a research hub, and we earlier today had a discussion as to how to translate the word hub in Russian. Well, hub is a kind of a center, while an archive, sorry Sasha, this is like a clog of knowledge. I'm not in it, right? I'm not in this one. So probably I'm not aware of the fact. We are surrounded by cameras. It's all being recorded. So this is my discussion. These are my thoughts on knowledge and capitalism. Probably this doesn't answer a question at all in any way, but still, this is what it is. Probably it does answer a question to some extent. We still have yet another question. Thank you. This question goes to Margarita. This is a question I wanted to ask you right after your contribution. In the end, you have declared your manifest on institutions of non-future. How do you actually see an institution? What it is the definition of an institution, in your opinion? One of your first ideas. The sociology of art finally is moving closer to artists. If we consider the artistic criticism of institutionalism, can we possibly, as social scientists of art, in our research paper, can we introduce artists as institutions? And what is your definition of institutions in the present-day world? Thank you. That's a very good question. Institutions we believe to be institutions. When they say that they're not institutions, actually, I'm not a fan of providing strict definitions. So, in this regard, my ethnography approach is an organic one. I would rather say that just like people pick mushrooms in the woods, then they decide whether they like them or not. That was a joke, of course, but to me, what does matter is this. Identity, or a given label applied by other culture actors in this field, But I totally agree with the fact that in this neoliberal world, personalities become institutions. And speaking of invisibility, we can talk about TikTok stars, Instagram, mass followed accounts. And these brands are personality-centered, very much personality-centered. These might be teams of 80 people or so. These are institutions to some extent, in the broader sense of the word. If we take this definition of culture production, probably the institutions of the future are not yet there, but we will be looking forward to seeing them as they emerge. Another question. Please use the mic. I would like to thank the Garage organizers for this two-day event, a marathon full of presentations. Probably a fifth session is missing for me. We had this question: what do we study? Who studies? What is the object of our study or research? The researcher. But we never answer the question: why do we do this research? I believe it's very important. Why so? I was the organizer of a few conferences in my life, so it's a very resource, time and effort-intensive process. And you always want to use them properly, these resources. I think you would agree with me. So we come to realize the fact that the economic situation we live in is a crisis, an economic crisis and an environmental crisis. I would like to invite all the organizers and the conference participants and speakers. Let's think of why we perform this research, what drives us. Probably we should think of a museum or an art institution as a platform for artistic imagination. Let's try thinking. Let's consider various scenarios. And research, in my opinion, this is a format which might lead us to this point. But what is actually missing, this is something I miss here. Probably it takes some in-depth moderation to actually unite all of these ideas and theses expressed. Actually, this specific function, we decided not to have it consciously. It takes some will, which takes us from a hub to, like, say, Rome. When in Rome, do like Romans do. And we try to sum up this experience. And if we are to make a joke out of this answer, we should never ponder over the question, why do we do this? This is the question. If you don't want to do anything, ask yourself, why do you do this? Laughing. So, we will proceed, we'll move on. We want this and we do this. That's the point. Please use the mic. Thank you very much. Katya Suverina, editor of a journal and the co-organizer, joined by Sasha. A hub is not the center. We decided not to have this notion on purpose. It took us a long time to decide what this can possibly stand for in Russian. So we came to the only word, which is hub, because we never wanted to call this a center, because a center implies a specific structure. A homogeneous structure, like a center implies that there should be also peripheral areas, some stratification, and everyone has a belonging to a specific stratum. And someone has an advantage. due to their position. So we decided not to have it. As Sasha pointed out quite correctly, we just wanted to sum up the work of the people, because it's different. If we are to summarize their work, and these are different types of research, they have a different purpose, different nature. This is going to become something artificial, an artificial summary of texts, like a textbook, be that a maths textbook or biology textbook, which clearly explains what comes next, what you should do next. And we decided that this is something that doesn't work for us, because such a structure always implies the same thing. Questions: why is it so simple, and where does this answer come from regarding what we're supposed to do next? If it's so simple, then what is the basis of it, and what is the ideology behind this? Thank you. Thank you very much. Any more ideas or thoughts? I have a quick remark to make. What am I driving at? Still, I believe museum is about collective, joint work. I just wanted to thank all the conference organizers, those listed as organizers. I believe that you are very interesting and thrilling personalities. It's always a pleasure to work with you. Thank you for organizing my stay in Moscow this time. Probably they're not listed as organized, but I would like to mention their presence, and I would like to compliment their work. Well, no grandmother would have taken such care of me. This is a significant part that actually is an integral part of the conference. Thank you, thank you. If we have no more comments regarding the main topic of our conference, then 1, 2, 3, 4. If we don't have comments and questions, at this point, I would like to call this a day at this 8th International Conference at the Garage MCA. Thank you for your questions, thank you for your comments. We will live striving to the future. We will be processing this, encoding this, and feeding on the information we receive. Thank you. See you next time. What? At 7 p.m. we'll have a presentation by Clementine Delis of Vlastrukov dedicated to the Russian edition, rather translation, of Clementine's book, The Metabolic Museum. Clementine learned Russian wording, so she can pronounce metabolichesky, just like we would do in Russian. So please come and visit so you see that for yourselves. Thank you.